some 30 to 40 games later in, well, a great possibility of missing out on the finals in season 2002. Good afternoon to Brownlow medalist Gerard Healy.
Good afternoon, Jeremy. Looking forward to this one. It's an important game for Adelaide, but no doubt a must-win for the Bombers, who were in the no-rules zone last week. And from what we're told, the crash and pash policy will be evident today by the players. And they'll need it because the Crows are pretty tough in close as well.
Absolutely. We've had a look at Adelaide firsthand the last couple of weeks. They've been very good. There is the AFL Premiership ladder after half the games have been played this round so far. You see Essendon sitting there. They can go to 5th today with a win, depending on the West Coast Eagles result at Subiaco. And Adelaide, after Collingwood lost on Friday night to the Hawthorn Footy Club, they can entrench themselves in 3rd position on the ladder. So some serious permutations to this today.
Well, it just comes down to the scoreboard. Essendon have to be in front at the end. They've had a good history against Adelaide in recent times, won their last 4 encounters and won them well, but they're up against a quality side in Adelaide who have made one change coming in. Chris Massey gets another job and he'll be hoping to hold his position right through to the finals. But it's really been Dermott, their midfield, that has set them up, because they're getting the ball inside 50 so often, but not taking long to do it. They're averaging only about 18 possessions per goal, and the big Birdman up forward is starting to deliver.
Well, we started to get a bit excited last week, didn't we? He's averaging 5 marks now. He's got a few tricks to his bag. He's got 37 goals under his belt. He'll be looking for a 50 return for the season. So, look, they're shaping up as a pretty handy team coming into the finals. Get a couple of more additions back there, and Brett Burton is starting to clunk some solid one-take marks up forward.
Yeah, he's really in form now, and that forward line would look awesome with W. Carey in it, but they won't have him this year. This bloke, well, we all believe he's just seconds away from taking mark of the year, maybe even better than that, Derm. Let's hope he does it for us today.
Absolutely. He's going to get a run at it because Adelaide's midfield, as you say, is awesome. Essendon do have problems in the ruck. There's Matty Lloyd. He's back this time for the Bombers again. They have got problems in the ruck, and Big Lance has had a good season, so he's going to have a real dip at them there. We look at the Essendon lineup. Salmon has been named in the ruck. Hill will be on the bench there, but you look at their spine, and that's starting to look like the 2000 team. Fletcher, Jacobs is a new addition, but Wellman's next to him from that 2000 team. Mercedes is back, still yet to find form. We'll have a good look at him today. Lucas at centre forward and Lloyd at full forward.
I reckon Hill's important for them because he does give them that extra run that John Barnes gave them in 2000. But Matthew Lloyd, he's the key. He'll provide the conversion, but they've got to get it in there and get it in quickly. Playing Adelaide may suit Lloyd because they don't drop players behind the ball. They don't zone off. So it looks like it should be a one-on-one contest, and this could really work in Matthew Lloyd's favour. There's that incident from round 4 that saw Andrew McLeod get out suspended, and now no chance for the Brownlow medal. There he is on Ben Hart, who has pushed up into the midfield and into the forward line in recent times, and that was when Essendon was playing its very best footy, getting it through the middle and getting it into a forward line with plenty of options and getting it in quickly.
That round 4 game at Colonial against the Crows was the last time that Matty Lloyd has kicked 6 goals. He was up against Nathan Bassett, who is out with an arm injury today. You'd think that Hart might get another shot at him. He's kicked a bag of 5 on his return game in round 14 against the Western Bulldogs. But that bloke there, Dustin Fletcher, he is vital for Essendon.
Well, he's the premier big man in the competition, and we say that don't say that lightly, given the other calibre of defenders around, including Nigel Smart, who's been in outstanding form in recent weeks.
Can the Bombers sneak back into the 8 coming up to the eve of the finals, and can the Adelaide Crows go to 3rd position? We're going to be back with the first bounce after the break.
We thought a crime like this could never happen in Australia.
22 years in the service, I'd never read anything like it. They had no pity whatsoever.
For 6 hours, Amanda was assaulted by 14 Lebanese Australians.
The whole time they thought it was a huge joke. I was, quote, an Aussie pig.
Words cannot describe her courage.
I knew that I had to live.
But you'll cheer when you hear how she stood up to them and won. When Toyota presents 60 Minutes tonight.
The Sunday night premiere is an action blockbuster.
There's another world out there.
As one girl is stalked for a reason she doesn't understand.
Coming for you, Christine.
He's safer with me.
But it's a secret that could tear our world apart.
Everyone is trying to kill us. Give me the girl.
Starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Gabriel Byrne. Good versus evil will be one hell of a fight.
Maybe now you're ready to believe. Let her go.
End of Days premieres 8:30 tonight on 9.
Holding Sophia gives you room to move.
Today's world needs the long life power of Duracell. Long life means more flashes. Long life means more to enjoy. And now, Duracell and the Footy Show are giving you the chance to win 2 10-year long life memberships of your favourite footy club. Call the number on your screen now to register. Lines close midnight Monday, and winners will be announced on Thursday's Footy Show. Duracell, the long life battery that lasts and lasts and lasts.
You've just talked to your old flame in America. Half-hour calls to the USA are only $2.50 with Primus Telecom. He wonders what you look like now. Email him a picture of Kylie Minogue. iPrimus gives you unlimited hours and downloads for only $24.95 a month. Call Primus Telecom on 1300 85 0000. Primus Telecom, delivering the real value of communication.
Paul Simpson didn't expect this, but what was totally unexpected, Amy recognises good drivers. So if you've been on rating 1 for the last 3 years, you keep it for life.
Okay. If you call me right now on 131166, you can have 2 large pizzas and our new wedges with sour cream and sweet chili sauce for just $19.90 plus delivery fee. So pick up the phone and call me now.
Coming September 2 on 9.
These men have been through the toughest training the Army has to offer. Hooray!
From Academy Award winners Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg comes an epic saga of conflict, courage, and sacrifice.
I lost a man today. I'm not even old enough to buy a beer.
The award-winning story, based on actual events.
Let's go! Get out of there!
Civilized place for civilized men.
Band of Brothers, premiere September 2 on 9.
Welcome back to Amy Stadium. Respective captains in the centre of the ground, James Hird and Mark Rasciuto. And the young fella can't get the coin out of the pocket. James Hird to call. And Mark Rasciuto wins the toss, and he will kick to the left-hand side of your screen. A slight norwesterly blowing here at Amy Stadium, and down on the ground level with the wind going through his hair, Anthony Mifford.
Had the haircut during the week too, Derm. You're right about the northwesterly, although it's supposed to tend southerly at some stage this afternoon, so it could be tricky conditions. Quite blowy down here at ground level. There was some rain overnight, but the ground has soaked that up beautifully and no problems there. Jared Healy broke the big news on AFL Sunday about the Essendon banner. They had no run through the Bombers. It went missing here in Adelaide. Whether it was stolen or misplaced, no one's too sure. It was supposed to read, "We'll play tough, hard footy. We'll never give in. A loss for the Crows. We're here to win. The mighty men from Windy Hill will dazzle the Crows with poise and skill." So that would have inspired the boys. They've missed out on that. Matty Lloyd hasn't missed out. He's got half a mattress on his leg to help him get through that corky. He got through a fitness test late in the week, so good news for Bomber fans there. Dermy, back to you.
Thanks, Smitho. There's a spot for you in Poets' Corner when you depart our good planet. Well done, Smitho, and a good afternoon to Dwayne Russell.
Good afternoon, all. Pleasure to be here for this battle. 4th versus 8th. Essendon a chance to rise to 5th if they win this afternoon.
Full-man forward line for the Bombers, so they've got a lot of numbers back already.
Umpires Chris Mitchell, Andrew Coates and Michael Avon. And Stengline a chance to take it away. Blumfield, Jason Johnson, highest kick winner for Essendon this year, pumps them inside. 50 already. Lucas, caught by McGregor. Forward pocket for the Bombers, out of play.
And you can see the man on screen, Joe, has got the job on James Hird. Ben Hart, who is a really good type for her because he's got the endurance. He can follow him into the middle and he can pick him up if he goes forward.
Lucas and McGregor to do the ruck work.
Might be a third man up. It's Hurd, caught. Hacked out of the air. Lucas, caught again. Barnard, caught. Gets it back again. Second attempt, almost better than the first, and will get another bounce inside attacking 50 for the Bombers.
Smoking Joe Mercedes is just loitering, to use your word, Doom, through the middle of the ground, and he's been picked up by Tyson Edwards, who's enjoying an excellent season.
Binky, Bickley and Massey and Schur also on the bench for Adelaide. Johnson to Goodwin, outside defensive 50. Wellman flies, no mark. Bode gets the kick away just in time to half forward.
Yeah, there's a free kick coming back because Blake Carosella scragged his opponent. This mark won't be paid, and it will go back.
So Downey on the wing. Full house here at Football Park. A few spare seats you can see, but it was a sellout. Rain earlier today, but it is now all sunshine. Long to half forward. Bolton, a little wrestle. Umpire said play on inside 50. The great man's got it. He pumps it goalward, and it's a goal to Goodwin.
Well, you saw Stevens get tossed out of the way by Bolton. That's good umpiring by the umpire. It's his adjudication. It could have been a free kick. The crowd appealed it. They let it go. As long as they are consistent with that ruling, that's the way it's going to be. But the mere fact that he let the ball hit the turf and there was no Essendon player with their numbers back, they're playing 2 extra in defence in the first few minutes. He let the ball go to ground. That's the incident you were talking about, Jared. Gone down the ground with that. And that's where it came through, and well rowed too by Goody.
He's been in fantastic form in the last month.
Yeah. They talk about some of the other midfielders for Adelaide, but Goodwin almost a general now. Ball up in the middle. Stengline. Wide kick, McLeod.
Got problems, the Bombers. McLeod will chop up Wellman despite his good ability.
Burton. Inside 50, but only just. Fletcher, the man on the mark, and if McLeod and Burton can get a bit of the ball this afternoon, it could be very, very difficult for Essendon.
I'll just go down to Mytho for a second. Are Adelaide kicking into the breeze, any breeze at the moment, Mytho? Because Essendon are playing 8 men in defence when they're kicking with the wind.
Yeah, it seems to be going from broadcast side to the outer side, but perhaps just favouring Adelaide's half-forward flank.
Burton tries to bring it back and gently on the breeze. Has missed.
Early tackle count gives an indication about the strength of Adelaide in recent weeks, where they've been excellent. They've got 4 official tackles up against Essendon, who are yet to break the duck.
Certainly gets his teams to play the way he wants, Gary Ayres. That's the style of footy he likes.
Fletcher long. Wellman 1, 2, make that 3, 4 grabs. Kicks to half forward. Doughty with the flight. McGregor spills the mark. Lucas takes it out of play and will get a ball in on the wing.
Ramanaskis picking up Kane Johnson, who got 22 possessions in just over a half of footy. He's in outstanding form before he was injured. He's working his way back in.
Salmon and Biglands. Goodwin. Edwards is under it. Mercedes punches clear. Carosella. Campbell to Wellman. Half forward Lucas. McGregor is the Lucas muffler this afternoon. And he might get a free kick, Lucas. No.
Well, they're the injustices of footy. Lucas got pushed under the ball. Could have easily picked up a free kick. It was let go, but the minute he infringed, bang.
Biglands to half forward. Stevens.
Good hand.
Goodwin again. Lightning start from him. Beautiful centering ball. Burton. Couldn't bring it down. Gee, everybody went up with him. Burton's got it again. Too far out to score. Chips McLeod ways. 52 out. Long drop pass by Andrew McLeod. Post.
Well, he kicked that from outside 50, so it's pretty clear that no matter what end you're attacking to, you are going to be able to hit the ball from in and around the 50. And there's Spider, just sorry, the Birdman, Burton, just warming up. Spider would love to get up that high.
He is, but he doesn't jump.
Fletcher long, big pack form. Bode caught a little high. Umpire obscured by bodies. Will get a bounce.
Simon Goodwin, 4 possessions already. And he is a bit of a get-about at the moment. They're struggling to shut him down.
Change on to McLeod. McVeigh has pushed over. Samanga and Ramanaskus hurt in the middle of it.
Ankle on Ramanaskus.
And he will remove himself from the field of play. Biglands. Blumfield. Caught. Peveril. Salmon. Jason Johnson. Mercedes. Blumfield. Plenty of possessions. No meterage gain. Peveril. And a player down for Adelaide as well. It's Goodwin on hands and knees at the moment.
He's a big loss if Ramanaskus can't come back onto the ground. They've lost the run of Rioli through the tribunal, and they can't afford to lose Ramanaskus as well.
And Goodwin's still in the hands of trainers as Wellman kicks into the hands of Doughty.
Oh, look out.
And Doughty pounces. Slammin was unable to pick the ball up. Half forward.
They're big Slammin Salmon.
Peveril to Carosella. Runs the wing. Inside 50 and wide to Lloyd.
Great lead.
Question mark over him before play, but he'd take his place in the lineup, as you can see. And Heffernan is inside 50. Can't take the mark. Plays on. Chance to run around. That is a brilliant tackle. Close enough, if not ball. It is ball.
Geez, it was a great tackle. It's a good move by Heffernan himself, but just couldn't quite pull it off. There was no one really to give it to. And an excellent grab by the shorts.
Laddams wide. Hurd takes the mark.
A good setup in the forward line, Dermot. It looks as if Matthew Lloyd's going to be able to find space.
Heaps of it.
Inside 50. Danger area. Adams. Can he gather? He can. Dangerous handball. Lucas handed the ball and a goal.
With a powerful V6 and over 50 models to choose from, Holden Rodeo. For all your dirty work.
Opening goal of the afternoon for the Bombers. Bounce to restart play. Salmon just stationary. Stood there, delivered. Peveril wide to Heffernan. Good movement this. Lloyd's on the lead. Can't bring it in. Smart. Hart combining for the umpteenth time. Bad kick. Heffernan. Inside 50 and wide. Barnard's on the move. He's got it in front of Crowell.
Well, they were just two brilliant passes from Chris Heffernan. Lloyd wasn't good enough to snaffle the first one, but this time he has found his man. And just having a look at McLeod, he looks as if he's got another opponent in Forster Knight. So it's 3 for the day already.
The wrestling all the rage at Docklands last night. Brute Barnard to put them in front, perhaps, across the face. And it's out of bounds on the full. Just not able to wrestle with the breeze on that occasion. Short pass to Rasciuto. It is difficult, windy conditions here at Amy Stadium this afternoon. Rasciuto wide to the wing. Edwards, Mercedes, both got a hand on it. Johnson. Laddams wide. Hugs the boundary line. Can't hug it any tighter than that. Bolton gets a free.
I reckon there was some chance that ball went over the line.
And the wind took it back?
And got blown back in.
Thinking the same thing. The crowd all went, oh, it's out of bounds there. They gave it away.
Peveril. Bolton again. The 1-2 working. To half forward. Mark's taken by Blumfield. Backtracks toward the centre.
Much better setup. Hurd getting space. Lloyd getting space.
Hurd takes possession, takes control, nearly taken by the leg. Inside 50 to Lucas. Hard at it to Barnard again. Dribbling, rolling. Offline.
Served the goal. That the hands were fantastic to set it up. And Scotty Lucas should have been rewarded with a goal. But let's go down to Anthony Mithun. You're on the spot there, Mithun.
Yeah, the ball did certainly go over on the full, but the injury update, Ramanaskus and Goodwin, both ankle problems. They're strapping off furiously to try and get it re-strapped and see if they can give some support to both players' ankles.
Hart to Edwards to Rasciuto. From defence for the Crows. Wide ball. Moved it well. Doughty from the wing. Spears towards Stevens. Great half volley from him. Biglan's wasn't equal to it, out of play. Half-forward flank for Adelaide. Stevens doesn't get the accolades he deserves at centre half-forward. Always competes.
Get a shot of it soon, but interesting the way Dustin Fletcher is playing the Birdman. He's standing 10 metres in front.
Well, Chris Langford technique.
Laddams caught by Mercedes Bode from the wing. The bomber McVeigh takes the mark in the middle.
But Blumfield running.
And hasn't he got some space? He can go all the way. One bounce, he's got his eyes sighted. Two bounces to 45, and he misses.
Stuart Blumfield has suddenly racked up 5 possessions. He had 1 for the time he was on against Simon Goodwin. Goodwin had 4. As soon as Goodwin's gone off, Blumfield's had 4 possessions in about the last 5 minutes. He's just felt a degree of freedom there. He needed to do better with that, but freed him up, the injury to Goodwin.
Just you saw a great shot there of the lack of control of the ball. It wobbled forward, and that's why it went askew.
And Hart's kick was meant for Rashudo. Over his head, Caracella, Laddams and Wellman. Laddams, brilliant. Back to Rashudo. To half-forward. Rolling ball inside 50. Burton beaten by Stevens. Always competes all right. Kicks around the body. Close in front.
She's in England. You've tried the long-distance relationship. Now it's time to try the long-distance breakup. Half-hour calls to the UK are only $2.50 with Primus Telecom. Breaking up by email, however, is a lot easier. iPrimus gives you unlimited hours and downloads for only $24.95 a month. Call Primus Telecom on 1300 85 0000. Primus Telecom, delivering the real value of communication.
Hot start. Adelaide in front by a goal.
Shudo in the middle.
And he gets it. Beautiful palm down by Biglan's to half forward. Laddams couldn't trap it. Difficult ball. He's in turn trap. Handball to Bode. Goes backwards to Bickley. High kick inside 50. Just hoping for the Birdman, and Caracella in front.
Gee, you really saw the wind take effect. So clearly you either go down the middle, come through the ground with the protection of the members' grandstand. That far side is going to be a killer.
Blumfield after the Jason Johnson kick chase is caught by Rashudo. Brilliant to watch. Biglan's hacks it to half forward. Jacobs attacks it. Jason Johnson, boundary line. Just a little too quick for John Cock, and that's saying something because look, he is lightning. The 232s.
Look, I don't know if he actually lays as many as Daniel Chick, but I would say they are probably just about the 2 best tacklers in the comp at the moment, Rashudo and Chick.
Stevens, and once again that boundary line too quick for everyone.
Well, I think that if you're an Essendon supporter, you'd be pretty pleased the way the forward line is working. The structure looks a hell of a lot better than it has in recent times. But if there was an intensity meter, Essendon are well down on Adelaide. When there's a hard ball, they are really in and under after it.
2 fours in the ruck. Clark and Salmon couldn't break free with it. Wellman caught. And umpire Michael Avon will sort it out with a bounce.
Tackles to Essendon, 3, Adelaide 10.
Yeah, it's a good forward structure for the Bombers at the other end of the ground. The only thing is there's not one real crumbing player in there. I suppose Hurd would be the best crummer, but it still looks dangerous.
Ball at half forward for Adelaide. Well, he's got Salmon coming at him and ignores that attempt at a chase. Goes wide. Downey inside 50 to Bode. 40 from goal towards the goal square. John Cock.
Just a run through the middle. Heffernan is doing well. He looks as if he's been given the role, Dermot, of being that attacking wingman to get when the ball gets into their forward line for him to charge in there. But they've got to win the balls at ground level, particularly from the throw-ins and the ball-ups. McLeod there wasn't a great kick, but transferring the play opened up the play and exposed Essendon.
Well, it blows a gale in Lincoln, where John Cock's from. Shouldn't worry him from here. Adelaide Crows lead by 2.
I joined the Navy about 3 years ago. In the Solomon Islands, we had to go in to do an evacuation, and we took on just under 500 people. If there was a job that needed to be done and there wasn't anyone around to do it, it didn't matter what your rank was. You just got in and did that job. Yeah, it was good. They were very, very thankful for really small little things that we did. Were little to us, but enormous to them.
Crowd enjoying the opening. Difficult conditions. Breeze not really favouring either side. Salmon. Heffernan and Jason Johnson were there. They were just beaten to it by a more determined Bickley. To half forward. Get a bounce.
Jared, you mentioned the intensity. Got a little stat coming up in a second. Adelaide's first quarters round 15 to 18. The last month, they kicked 23 opening quarter goals against 9.
McLeod's on song, it looks. Inside 50. Maybe his kicking's not. Wellman. Jacobs. Bolton. No options wide to kick 2, so it puts it in front of Jason Johnson. Lucas the target. Just a little slip at the last moment by both he and McGregor. Barnard, McGregor, caught. Good tackle. And McVeigh takes it out of play.
Barnard led to the same place that James Hird did then, and I saw Hird look around him and say, just push a bit wider, will you? Just leave me one out with my man.
Lucas front spot. Played for the free, didn't get it. Bickley wanted ball again, got it. And narrow way through Edwards. Got the handball from Crown and then got the Shepherd from him as well. Goes long, but chopped off by Bolton. Go long enough. Bolton's at half-back. They're under siege. The Essendon back line. And we're only early into this contest. Danger here. Bolton back to the defensive goal square to Fletcher. Now to Jacobs. And he'll go back to where Bolton was. Lucas, almost, not quite. Everall takes it out of play with a little assistance from John Cox.
Well, there's the setup for the Essendon forward line. As you can see, with Lloyd staying deep in attack, there's plenty of space for all concerned. Lucas has pushed right up, but they've got Barnard, Hird at the true centre half forward, and Lloyd in the goal square.
Heffernan played it to his own advantage, couldn't get the kick away decisively. Edwards kept it alive. Goes to Risciuto, to McGregor, to full forward. Once again, the Breeze sees the ball beat everyone, and Peverill taken out of play with Bode. And it's not quite sheep stations, but it's getting pretty close. Pointy end of the season. Peverill's arm being tested.
So I reckon it's sheep stations for Essendon. They've got the whole lot on this.
Ball back to Clark, to Laddams. Centering ball, goal square, marks taken by Biglands.
Taking a few marks down that end of the ground over the last 6 or 7 weeks when he's rested up forward. And as we go to the finals, 3 weeks left, 3 rounds after this round, this bloke is looming as the dark horse of one of the influential ruckmen entering the final series.
Likes to celebrate after a good game with a big bucket of KFC. Should celebrate that.
Paul Simpson didn't expect this.
Okay.
But what happened next was totally unexpected.
Don't worry, we'll sort it out.
Only Amy gives you your own personal client manager who'll look after your claim and all your repairs from start to finish.
Lucky you're with Amy.
The takeaway is important. Jared Healy mentioned the stoppages and Adelaide getting the advantage so far out of the ruck, but this time too many in the square. Salmon will get the takeaway. Peverill is wide. Bode chases him. The race close to the boundary line, and it's out of play. The throwing clearances. Adelaide 5, Essendon yet to get one. So that tells the story. Damien Peverill, good game against the Lions last week. Ball back into play. McGregor out of the air. Couldn't break free, and once again will get a bounce just as Rashudo was able to steal the ball from hands.
Just on that one, when you looked at that boundary line throw-in, Bode went defensive side of the pack. Peverill cleared away from him, and they go out the defensive side so much, Adelaide.
Stengline to the wing. Slick handball from Laddams. McLeod keeps it in play. Crowell caught over at Wellman and Clark, and now a pack of players at umpire Chris Mitchell will sort it out on the wing in front of a packed outer side at Amy Stadium.
When you come into a game and you're trying to coach against the likes of Goodwin and McLeod and Rashudo, often you can cover them, but somebody gets under your guard. And at the moment, young Laddams is really getting the footy and getting the Crows flowing. He's almost 10 possessions. What is he now? 9 possessions. And he's just giving off deft handballs, and he's igniting them around at pack level.
Salmon and Clark side by side, both facing Essendon's goal. Barnard. In fact, I saw the 6, it was Wellman, not the 16. Peverill through crowd. Slick handball. Boston Knight to Mercedes. Caught. Now Barnard. Caught by Edwards. Did he take him on? No.
Smoking Joe's got a problem at the moment. He is sitting off the pack, and he's not working hard, and he is showing that he's got a lack of foot pace at the moment. They're gobbling him up.
Big Fish took a dive, and the umpire responded.
Play on to advantage, Wellman. 50 out. Lloyd. Smart gets a hand on it. Hurd. Just out from the goal square. Just slips. Crowell over it. Smart. Good defensive wobbly torpedo to the wing. Off hands. Jason Johnson.
Well done, McVeigh.
Bolton. Close to the boundary line. Hurd. Kept it in, gave the Carousel. Brilliance. Bolton runs away from Doughty. Inside 50. Great mark by Crowell.
Just say one thing about Adelaide. When they chase, it's not just because it's a team rule. They chase because they want to catch someone.
Another possession to Laddams, and it clears Stevens. He thought he had it.
It's impressive display. Let's go down to Anthony Mithen at ground level.
Yeah, just an update on the 2 ankle victims. They've both had their ankles re-strapped, boots back on. They've trotted round the boundary, Ramanauskas and Goodwin, but both look very proppy as I see McVeigh come off Welsh on for the Bombers.
Oz on him.
Blumfield to Carousel. Barnard one-on-one with Crowell. Good fist by Crowell. Gathered by Forster Knight to Mercedes.
Got to turn this into a goal.
Long, high kick. Hoping for Lucas. Good punch away by McGregor. Now it's a 2-on-2. Smart McGregor, Lucas Lloyd. McGregor sees Essendon win it.
Well, they've gone inside their 59 times, Essendon. Adelaide have only gone inside 8. This is their 10th time.
Smoking Joe has got himself free.
So if he starts working, Joe, he'll get the ball, but he's just been skulking off the side of the pack at the moment without using any real endurance.
Barnard's got 2 to beat. Can't beat them both. Wellman.
Don't race around for the lowest home improvement prices. Head to Bunnings Warehouse for the lowest prices every day. 350-gram Sally's RP7 the load $2.95. Motion sensor light $15.95. Mitre saw a bargain at $19.98. 1.8-metre step ladder just $39. Silicon sealants $4 each, and plastic buckets 85 cents. We won't be beaten on price, and that's guaranteed.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Approaching quarter time.
The Wellman goal then was a player flowing into that forward line, Jared. They're playing a four-man forward line. They're needing players to run in there to kick the goals on the flow.
Salmon, but to Rashudo. Kick smothered by Peverill. Rashudo, Edwards, just misses Johnson. Crowell was there though. Shakes Mercedes. Handball slickly. Stengline to Johnson. Inside 50. Ball trapped by Bickley. Breaks an attempted tackle. Kicks the full forward. A behind. Mark Bickley, one of the toughest players to ever wear the Adelaide Crows jumper. did say during the week that Glenn Archer is tougher than every Adelaide Crow currently going around, which was an interesting statement. Fletcher, long to Peverill.
Who, Bickley said that?
Yes. Kick around the body by Peverill to half forward. Bird couldn't trap it. Mercedes does. Caught, ridden a little. Umpire said 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Play on. Hard, wide. Bickley. Pounces on the wing. Can he find a target up forward? Stevens is there for him. Ball dips. Bolton. In a pack. Gets it out. Dangerous. Peverill just hacks it towards the wing. And it rolls out of play on the outer wing.
Interesting comment you've made about Joe Mercedes, Derm. He's been tackled 3 times now. And
Run down.
Just to go back to the Glenn Archer comment, I'd hardly call that an insult to be said that you're not as tough as Glenn Archer.
I thought about it, but you'd like to put one of your teammates up there at least equal with him, but yeah.
Well, I reckon it'd be a fair battle, the Shudo versus Archer, head-to-head.
You paid money for that.
In a cage.
It was an interesting movie, though, as tough as, interesting interview, as tough as Bickley is. He did say he cries at movies. Salmon's kick, you would cry watching that. Yes. It was salmon swimming upstream and couldn't keep it in play.
Glenn Archer and Mark Rashudo, cage match, no foreign objects allowed. Speaking of foreign objects, Anthony Method a change down there.
Yeah, Rashudo off and Chris Massey on for his first run of the afternoon.
McLeod. Somehow he did. Jason Johnson, Mercedes, Dowdy, Barnard, Caracella, McLeod.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, the ball is just about dead. It's over the boundary line. Gary's got this team, they're tackling with intent. They just don't tackle because it's part of the rules, it's part of the game. They tackle because they want to bring someone to the turf.
Peverill at the moment on McLeod. Peverill passed up in 7 drafts before finally got a senior game for Essendon. Mercedes to half forward to Heffernan. Now to Barnard. Looping handball over to the man we were talking about, Peverill. Inside 50, drives it through.
Looking better, Jared. Yeah, the space is hurting them. If they can win it at the throw-ins, they've got plenty of space, and Peverill took the gamble. He ran forward, and I thought he did pretty well. I would have liked to see him go 1 extra bounce, because in such a fluky win, the closer you get to goal, the less chance you have to muck it up. But he was confident, and he kicked it just slightly towards the right-hand goal post, and it drifted back with the breeze. Tackle count has gone up, Dermot. They have responded. 11 to the Bombers, but they're chasing a pretty high tackle, 24 in a quarter, and that may well be the highest tackle count in a quarter this season.
That's the match-up there between the two, although Peverill hasn't played the whole game on him. You're on the wrestling team, he's got the Cowboy Bob Orton armband on there, Peverill.
Another takeaway, sting line to Bickley, long, Fletcher rises, didn't complete it. Ball in a pack, and we'll get a bounce. Dying stages of what's been an intoxicating opening term. Fletcher and Burton, 2 superstars of the current game, and Burton might get the goal, kicks around the body. The Birdman was on the wing.
Well, that really hurts a player, even as good as Dustin Fletcher is. There's no excuse for dropping those marks, and it's now hurt them on the scoreboard, and the bloke who kicked it is his own man. He kicked so many goals around the corner, the Birdman. Fletcher took the ruck work. Yeah. He got sucked into being the 3rd man up, and his man destroyed him. Well, he got a goal anyway.
As soon as he saw him go to the ball, he pulled away, didn't he? Got himself in a dangerous position. Clever play. Huge size difference there. Burton's not a tall fellow. Dustin Fletcher is.
Third into the middle. I wonder if Hart's gone with him. No, he hasn't. Changed with Peverill.
Bigland somehow raked it free, but to Blumfield, to Mercedes. Half forward. Sting line, caught by Lucas. Threads it to McGregor, who threads it to Barnard. High to the goal square, one-on-one. Lloyd and Smart does well. Can he get it through? For a behind, or doesn't even take it out of play. There's some style and experience. Having a good handball to Laddams. Another possession for him, and it's a good one to Doughty.
11 for Laddams.
Johnson has a player free, and it's Edwards. Couldn't quite get the ball to him. Stevens might get the handball to him. No. A hold on McLeod. Bird, half-back. Time enough for the Bombers to score. Gets it toward Peverill. 1-2. Didn't complete the mark. Mercedes. Blumfield, one last chance. He rolls the dice with a wobbly ball towards goal. It's a behind. "13-point lead, cut down to 12 in the dying seconds. Could have been cut further. Important bring in this for Ben Hart. Just kicks to himself. Outer side, long kick. Optimum result if they get it out of play, Adelaide. Bode keeps it alive to half forward almost with a bouncing ball. Another hole between Bolton and Stevens.
Going to get a lot of those adjudications today on the hole because the wind is so fluky. Players are going to run to where they anticipate the ball going. They're going to have to hold their ground, and it's a test of strength. So they're going to start grappling at 1 or 2 seconds earlier. So it's going to be played like that most of the day.
Little police escort for Sheedy. Boat to half forward. Is there time? Stevens. McLeod. Well, it's quicker than the speed of light, but not the speed of sound. Andy McLeod. It is quarter time, and it has been a spectacular opening term for this full house at Amy Stadium. Gary Ayres and Kevin Sheedy both getting the escorts onto the surface. Matthew Lloyd on screen. Opening term for him was goalless. Quarter time, Adelaide 5-3-33, Essendon 3-3-21.
A shopping hours shake-up for the city and suburbs. Passengers tell of scary landings as high winds lash Adelaide Airport and dozens killed as floods ravage Europe.
ADHD and out of control.
Emma and Kyle are not naughty, they just can't help what they're doing.
Now the drug-free breakthrough giving desperate families real hope.
Their behaviour will change and they can go off the drugs.
Plus,
I always get a bargain.
the Big Bargain Challenge.
I love getting a bargain.
Everyday shoppers on a mission to show how much you can save.
I don't pay full price for anything.
Nissan presents a current affair.
Paul Simpson didn't expect this. But what was totally unexpected, free taxis to and from home or work when you leave your car at an Amy Customer Service Centre.
Don't race around for the lowest home improvement prices. Head to Bunnings Warehouse for the lowest prices every day. 6x8 for Polytype, only $4.95. Power pruner, a low $7.95. Ring grip exhaust fan, just $19.88. A Zito cordless drill, $39.99. Closer, a great value at $8.90. And this mop and bucket set, $5.98. We won't be beaten on price. And that's guaranteed.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
We're off to the city. City dismantlers, of course. It's so huge, the only way to see it is in one of these. Check out the size of this place. There's over 9 acres undercover. All the big names are catered for. Engine reconditioning, bags and tyres, new engine part. It's massive, and the staff have the experience to back it up. Now that's service. Come to the city for all your auto needs. Yeah, City Dismantlers. They're Australia's largest automotive supercentre.
I am your king, and I am offering you safe passage. Do you hear me?
Awfully sorry, sir, but there's no one else up here.
Looking for extras? Then try McDonald's McValue Meal $1 Extras. It's value with extras.
You've just talked to your old flame in America. Half-hour calls to the USA are only $2.50 with Primus Telecom. He wonders what you look like now. Email him a picture of Kylie Minogue. iPrimus gives you unlimited hours and downloads for only $24.95 a month. Call Primus Telecom on 1300-85-0000. Primus Telecom, delivering the real value of communication.
This afternoon on Postcards, a breathtaking view of one of the Flinders' most spectacular gorges, the United Nations of Cheeses on the Fleurier, and with the 50th Parliament in session, I'll tell you a yarn or two about this landmark. This afternoon, Postcards on 9.
tonight.
Take a look around Scott and Mary's lovely home. Classic furniture and subtle paint colours. And now this.
What?
This blends beautifully.
Peter Everett finally loses his mind. That's Changing Rooms at 6:30.
And on location, second house, second auction.
This is what really riles you up.
And has Peter finally gone too far?
You've shamed my house.
That's the idea.
Changing Rooms, followed by location from 6:30 tonight on 9.
This AFL coverage proudly brought to you by Mitre 10, Duracell and the TAC.
Welcome back to Amy Stadium, and the rollercoaster ride continues for the Essendon Footy Club. Look good on occasions there, but they're still 2 goals down. Singles apiece to everyone on the scoreboard. Burton, Goodwin, John Cox, Stevens, Biglands for Crows, and Lucas Wellman and Peverill, as you saw, kicked the last one there on screen. 5-3-33, 3-3-21. The Dons are chasing Adelaide. Well, we have the camera out there focused on Joe Mercedes. It's not really working all that hard at the moment. He's had 4 kicks, 2 handballs, which looks credible, but he just can't run through the lines like he used to. Gets run down a little bit at the moment, but he's sitting off the pack. Perhaps in the past, there you go, run down again. I mean, he's a super player. He knows where it's going, but that's probably his best run for the day here, and he gets on the end of it again down inside forward 50. Let's go down to Anthony Mithen now, who has one of the coaches of Essendon, Mark Harvey, with him.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. Just before I get to Mark, it looks like the Crows have given up on Simon Goodwin. He's spent the time in the dugout with ice on his ankle, and Adam Ramanaskas in the same spot. Mark Harvey.
Well, at this stage, he's not coming back on, so not quite sure what the injury is, but unfortunately it's off, so it gives another player an opportunity.
Certainly looks like an ankle. You spent some time with the forwards out there in the quarter-time huddle, reshaping there?
Well, I've got plenty of space down there at the moment. We're just not exploiting that at the moment, but we're getting hurt around stoppages, and we've got to just control that.
Their intensity is right up, isn't it?
Well, that's what you would expect over here.
Good on you, Mark. Thanks for that.
Big fish, Paul Salmon to front off again against Brett Biglands. Good form, Biglands, over the last month.
Yeah, I reckon he's about the most improved big man in the competition, and the Bombers going with Peverill and Heffernan, Jason Johnson in the middle. They've got to start winning those loose balls.
Adelaide with the takeaway again, though. Bickley, bang, to Rashudo. That is a big, long screwy, as they call it here. Off hands. Chance for force tonight. Couldn't trap it. Ball knocked out by Welsh. Jacobs. Half back to Wellman on the wing, too wide.
Good call, Mitho. Led for that one, Mitho.
Bickley. About to pump Adelaide. Back inside 50.
Supposed to back.
Bang, Burton. Read it best, then slipped. Fletcher. Mercedes. Jason Johnson. Blumfield. How will it bounce? Johnson comes at him. Blumfield chips it in the Lucas direction. McGregor.
He's done that a few times. He hasn't been pinned yet. He just works Scotty Lucas under the ball. Plays from behind, McGregor.
Bickley, McLeod.
There's 8 men inside forward 50. Not a lot of room. They've got to lead up and make space behind them.
Burton from about 6 deep. Back of the pack, Bolton. Burton got a kick on ball somehow. And it's through for a behind.
Got to devise a method, the Adelaide Crows, to make space for the person who's coming from the goal square. There's the dugout. Moorcroft hasn't been used yet. Hill and McVeigh.
I reckon the way they're playing Adelaide, they've got to have somebody also running at the goal. They're all running up and leading to the footy, and they're going to kick it in long. Looks dangerous, but there will be, with this win, balls running, crumbs at the back, and they need someone there just to mop up.
Kane Johnson. One of 3 Johnsons playing in the game this afternoon. Massive 10 in the league. Inside 50 from Edwards. Off hands.
That ball, Jared.
Force tonight. John Cock, boundary line. Out of play.
Carried Biglands there. He got into a dangerous position, didn't he? And Salmon was caught over on the where the ball was kicked into. Last time they met, round 4, Essendon won by 41 points. 7 goals, near enough.
Won their last 4 battles by 40-odd points.
Gee, there's a
40s. Laddams.
Just
smart.
It was. He got in underneath the player, and was it Johnson come up? Johnson came across the top and just dropped into his back. Accidental, but they count. He's going to come up with another possession.
Has the breeze virtually at his back.
Was on the Essendon list many years ago. I think he was a rookie there several years ago.
Certainly was. After his time with North Adelaide.
Pretty hard to get a game in 2000 though.
Starts it a little too far right. Doesn't really hit it soft enough to allow it to come back.
I think he was there around the time of Stephen Milne.
Fletcher about to bring the ball back into play.
Who's now at St Kilda. Not all one-way traffic of good players going to Essendon. I mean, everybody misses a few.
Big zone defence here for the Crows. Looked like they've settled on that strategy after
they used to go man-on-man, yeah.
Having problems with man-on-man.
The 70-odd metre kick. Moorcroft got a handball out, cut off by Stevens. Rides the tackle too high from Smokin' Joe. Wobbly ball wide. Binky's on the move. Gathers 50 from goal. Tries to, well, I think he tried to centre it. You wouldn't think he would have tried to have done that.
I reckon it's the lowest percentage kick in the game at the moment. You see so many players try and screw the ball around the corner, and so many players do exactly that. Don't time it, it goes out in the full, miss easy goals, etc. There's always, it would appear on about 70 or 80% of them, there is enough time to get around and do a normal drop punt.
There's two levels, isn't there? You can lay it across your body and it goes across a chest height, but the lay across your body, the one that goes over the shoulder, is a little bit more accurate.
Barnard, after getting it from Salmon, got it to Moorcroft. Caracella chips toward Lucas and Lloyd, both there. McGregor's fist beats both. Smart. Will he take it across? Eventually. There's a travel out. Lloyd kept it in to Moorcroft, to Barnard. Kick wasn't equal to the efforts of his teammates. Offhand, Stingline got it down. Edwards. Gee. Did he keep it in play? It's been a little unattractive in the last 60 seconds, but hard to keep that first term pace up for 4 quarters.
And another one that looked as if it was out of bounds. A couple of times. Keep your eye on Scotty Lucas. He's doing the right thing, taking the front position, but he just looks as if he needs to do another couple of years on the weights because he goes to ground a bit.
They push him under it, don't they? Yep. I mean, he's really, if you want to be critical of him or just as accurate as you can, he's a very tall flanker playing in the key position.
Salmon and Biglands to do the ruck work. Salmon has a free kick on the play. It was against Caracella, and it'll go to Stingline. Half-back flank for the Crows. Long and high towards half forward. Forster Knight, Blumfield. Essendon needs someone to provide some inspiration soon. Barnard might be the man. Just outside attacking 50.
Bird's got one-on-one. He didn't get back quick enough.
Now he goes long. It's not a bad 2-on-2. Hurd and Lloyd against Hart and Smart. Down to Moorcroft. Kicks a little bouncing ball around the body. Maybe they need more Moorcroft.
You say this guy's in love with you. Yes, I'm in love.
Caprice Series 2. Only the best.
The way I do.
Some great one-on-one battles all around the ground at the moment. No wonder it is a full house. Biglands up high. Peveril caught by Bode. Wellman slaps toward half forward. Edwards trots his way through the midfield. Spearing ball. Stevens on 50. Tries to hook it around, and once again another with no success in that pocket. Out of bounds on the full.
Had to go at the drop punt around the corner that time. Sheridan didn't get the drop right.
Oh, Jacobs dangerously to Caracella. Down to Welsh. They got away with it. Welsh toward the wing. Johnson getting back first for Adelaide. Moorcroft chases. Doughty. Inboard. Bickley to Rasciuto, just misses him. Edwards, Rasciuto, Carosella, Mercedes. Good vision. Mark Johnson. Half-back flank to Blumfield, back to Mark Johnson. Peveril's running for him. Great first turn from Peveril. Has a bounce, might go all the way. Runs to 50. Drop punt is just offline.
Looking better, the Bombers.
Yeah.
Crows haven't taken the opportunities. Their forward line just non-productive at the moment. Had a couple of shots that could have been more productive, but Essendon on the rebound are looking more comfortable.
Hart wide to Kane Johnson. Half back. Wide towards Laddams. Having a second term at the moment like his first. Wobbly ball. Stevens. It's the straightest wobbly ball you'll ever see. Stevens inside 50. Burton. Fletcher. Another great one-on-one contest. Forced to Knight. Fletcher. Did he roll it enough? Just enough. Just enough to annoy Burton into chasing it as hard as possible. In case it's sat up, it's out of play.
You mentioned that Essendon having a better patch this term. They haven't had a tackle yet this quarter, but that's an indicator of the intensity. Adelaide have only had 3. They opened up with 24 in the first quarter. That's their season high. Beat their 19 for the best quarter, and that was a little bit earlier against the Kangaroos in round 16.
Stingline's first attempt smothered by Peveril. Second attempt to Bickley, who goes to Biglands.
Just to show you, this angle will open up with this breeze, mate. The umpire recognises it. A lot of space between Salmon and the goal square.
Chips the kick. Looking for Stevens over the top. Binky to Stevens. Back to Binky. Thought about Biglands. Goes away towards Bode. Close to the boundary. And it's out of play.
He's mucking around with it up forward. Adelaide is wasting time, and Essendon are doing really well, just winding the clock down.
Biglands tried to fight off the perfect pass there. There was space, but
Oswald had a shot.
Gobbled up on the lead. Yeah, man's got to know his limitations.
Salmon. Edwards just a fumble. Shrugs a tackle. They don't come at him. 50 from goal. High to the goal square. Fists come. Binky caught by Peveril again. Stingline. A goal out of nothing.
As an officer, I'm earning good money, and so I'm still very much in training. I can't think of too many other jobs where I could still be at such a junior level of training and to earn the wage I'm earning.
It's Barnacle Bill's Mates Plate. 2 fish fillets, 2 chicken fillets, 4 prawns, 4 calamari, chips, coleslaw and a 1.25 litre Coke. $14 now at Barnacle Bill. Mate.
Back out to a 13-point lead. Midway through the second term. Up they fly. McLeod out of the middle in the perfect takeaway. Bode.
Well, Bode has been clamped down on. He's only had 5 possessions. Foster Knight is with him at the present time, but that was a courageous mark. The player having a very good year.
Did he actually... I think that's the first time in his career Paul Salmon's been jumped over. He actually jumped over the top of him at the centre square.
He is 37 years old.
It doesn't make him any shorter.
No, that's true.
Bode, a chance to extend the Adelaide Crows lead to the biggest margin of the game so far, that being 18 points up until now. Long drop punt, holds up on the breeze, and the fists thump it into the posts are behind. Fletcher just adjusts, and now will kick out from fullback. Long kick, as has been his choice so far. Mark Johnson, mark of the day, and there's a few marks out there. Hurd back to Mark, kicks toward half forward with a rolling ball. Plenty of Crows. Smart attacks it. Wellman attacks him. The game's intensity is lifted again. Mercedes to Lloyd. Is he too far out to score? Gets around Rasciuto. Long kick, wobbly kick, goal square. Barnard, Crowell, bouncing ball. Spun down. Forward pocket. Big chance here. Yarasella chips it to Hurd. It's got 2 to beat. Crowell was one of the 2. Kane Johnson. Crows are away. Edwards. Scott Johnson or Rashuto. He ignores them both. Wide towards Stevens. Oh, well, good mark.
Double led on Bolton there. Took him up the middle and then backtracked him and then came out wide.
Bolton stopped him from playing on. Bigland's inside 50, creating a hammock.
He is, and it's caused a ruck change Metho quickly.
Hills onto the ground and Salmon off for a spell.
Wasn't keen to have a shot last time. He was given the opportunity. Looking at the goal mouth, not a lot of confidence on his face. Sets it up. It's long. It's beautiful.
She's in England. You've tried the long-distance relationship. Now it's time to try the long-distance breakup. Half-hour calls to the UK are only $2.50 with Primus Telecom. Breaking up by email, however, is a lot easier. iPrimus gives you unlimited hours and downloads for only $24.95 a month. Call Primus Telecom on 1300 85 0000. Primus Telecom, delivering the real value of communication.
Adelaide Crows have the biggest lead of the game so far. 20 points. Bigland's dominant. Rashuto, he's had a great month. Inside 50. He's had a great career, in fact. Bolton, Bode, Bickley. Spins out of trouble. A piece of brilliance. Johnson caught. Good tackle, Mercedes. There's a tie-up inside 50. The umpire will sort it out with a bounce.
Mark Stevens having a good half as well at half forward. Who's the one who worked it forward to Bigland's end? He's competing for just about everything. Had a few kicks himself. He's up around double figures now.
Bigland's high again. Heverell, 12 possessions in the opening term. Got the handball out, but put his teammate under immense pressure. Forced tonight. Hill just on, as Anthony Mithen told you. Hurd to Wellman. This is a promising move. Wellman has space. Uses it with a bounce. Long kick. And a great mark by Laddams inside 50.
Stengline
it is. Now away. McLeod, half back. Couple of bounces. Slowly moving, tantalising everybody. Kicking to half forward. Binky. Good taken out of play by Jacobs.
You see when McLeod was there, I don't know if you'd assume that the closest teammate was about 45 metres away. He actually, you saw him just flinch and look over his shoulder. He sensed he was there. It's just an innate ability to work out what's around him.
Hill doing the right work, allows it to the back of the pack to Heverell. Wellman caught in the tackle. Umpire will sort it out with a bounce. 9.5 minutes remaining. Second term. In effect, we've played 16 minutes in this quarter.
Just saw the centre break stat there with Adelaide dominating in this term 4-0. It's 7-4 for the match.
Biglands beats another. Hurd. Slick handball out to Heverell. Crowd called for a throw. Now they call for deliberate.
They've taken a lot of courage there from the umpire, given the standard that they've set through the year. Ball-ups are, at this stage, 5-4 as far as Essendon are concerned, so doing quite well there, but boundary throw-ins 10-2, and there's another one, make it 11.
Hill into the back of Bigland's.
He's a show from here.
Yep.
Given the last one.
Got some confidence now. Heads to the goal square.
At the back.
Hoping for Binky. Jacobs. Got it to Blumfield. That's a good tackle, Bode. Binky. Rashuto. Johnson. 40 from goal.
Stevens got the sit.
Straight up. Straight down. Is that paid to Jacobs?
Well, it went 15 metres up.
And down. So 30 all told. Welsh. To Hurd. Now, Hurd comes quite quickly on the boundary line. And the ball will come back to where Welsh handballed to.
That's it down the field.
Yep.
Adjudication.
James Hurd. Somewhat of a sun visor being worn by him at the moment. In bright sunshine on the outer side. Wide towards the wing. Smart off hands. Bicklins. Burton. Bickley. They got the killer bees going. Where's Binky inside 50? Couldn't find him. Bolton it is. Takes the mark, gives to Forster Knight. Wide to Wellman. Does well in the end. Blumfield, Carosella. Might get on the end of McVeigh's handball. McVeigh sold it to him. Now gives it to him. Carosella high. Hill lurking, flying, not able to mark. Stingline caught in the tackle, will get a bounce. Centre half forward for the Bombers.
Burton having a run on the ball at the moment. He swapped with Rashudo, who comes off the side of the square as a winger, went to full forward, and now it looks like the Roo has come off and no one's replaced him yet, Mitho.
Blood rule for Rashudo. He's bleeding from the mouth quite heavily. Matthew Clark coming on just now.
They started play without Clark coming on. Edwards. With 17 men, the Crows to the centre of the ground. McLeod and Peverill were holding each other. Masiti caught in the tackle. Peverill again. Hurd goes with a long drop punt towards goal. In fact, it's toward behind. It's out of bounds on the full. Smart. Wide to Doughty. Half-back flank.
He's having a good month, Nigel Smart as well. He took on Kent Kingsley in excellent form. Said he was going to play him in a fashion that he'd worked out. He nutted out Kent Kingsley. He's done a few good jobs since.
Comedy of errors with the umpire being a little pedantic. Finally, play resumes. Ball out of play, and Stingline gets a free kick for in the back. The crowd here stopping their salute of their beloved Adelaide Crows. It looks a salute, but of course they're shooting their eyes from the sun, and they applauded that umpiring decision. To Crowell on the wing.
Having a very good year too. He's another one of the players that has lifted his work rate and turned this side into an outside chance for the premiership.
Laddams to half forward. Offhand Stevens. Thought about a handball to Bode. Goes with a wobbly kick over the head of Johncock. Attacking it Welsh. Picks up Bolton. Blumfield. They need something from someone, Essendon, at the moment. Been so stagnant. Carosella to Wellman. Still nowhere to go. Wide. Bolton. The target up forward is Lloyd. Over his head towards the goal square. No one home. Doughty and Smart. Smart left it for Doughty. Peeled off. He got crunks as he kicks toward half. Umpire says downfield free. The hut from half-back long. Stevens. Half forward. Takes a good mark.
They look like they're trying to play a Pagan's paddock type setup in the forward line with the ball's coming into their forward line against the wind, but no one is running onto it.
Johncock to the top of the square. Clark's there, just on, can't mark. Binky. Good hip and shoulder, ball still alive. Clark got it out to Edwards, might get a snap. Half smothered by Peverill. That was all he needed to do. Jacobs, bad kick. Bickley, good kick. Offline. But the breeze looks as if it's stiffened to that end at the moment. There's the after disposal against Moorcroft.
Pretty soft.
Crowd seeing that on the replay and voicing their disapproval. Moorcroft coming off, but you wouldn't think that was for the downfield given the softness of it.
No, it was always going downfield to an easy Adelaide acceptance anyway.
Hill, after a difficult Fletcher kick to take possession of, half-back flank. We're into time on now, second term. And the Crows are kicking with the breeze in this second quarter. This still mainly across the ground, but if anything, going to the golf course end. Wide ball towards the wing. McGregor and Mark Johnson. McVeigh to half forward. Burton getting back in defence. High bomb to the wing. Masiti judged it well.
Got a curl on the end of that kick, wasn't it? Still fading away from... That's 50.
50, and that'll take him within range.
Good effort this by the Bombers. They're just hanging in there. I reckon they could have been blown away if things had fallen for Adelaide in their goal square. They haven't made the most of it. They've been well smothered by the Essendon defence. And with a few minutes to go before half-time, they just may be within striking distance in the second half.
Massey on for Clark. Important kick this with 3 minutes and a little bit remaining in the second term. Give Essendon some sort of momentum at half-time, and Smoke and Joe gets them the goal they were after.
Mud, mud, glorious mud. Nothing quite like it for cooling the blood. So follow.
With a powerful V6 and over 50 models to choose from, Holden Rodeo. For all your dirty work.
Essendon are steadier as half-time approaches.
Brett Burton has gone up onto the wing, I think. No, he hasn't.
Bigland's down to Hurd and Bickley, and you know Essendon is in a little bit of trouble when Hurd goes into the middle.
They're having a good day on the tackles there. Adelaide 33. Got a season high, I think, an average of something like 41. So they're at half-time and they're not far off it.
Mercedes plays for it and gets the high one from the umpire.
Is that his bad knee? A bit sore there, Joe.
Hopefully not.
Worked his way into it.
Mark Johnson from the wing. Long kick. Barnard's got a run at it. Flies in. Almost, yes.
Oh, there's a second grab. There's a Crows grab in the middle, I would have thought, but the replay will reveal all. Bottom line is Barnard's come up with the mark.
Just solid shot at goal too. And he'd need it for his team. Let's have a look at this one on Smoke and Joe. He might have just done that to him. Oh, there you go. An accidental step by Bickley on the knee.
Barnard to make it 2 within a minute for Essendon. In time on second term, the breeze floats it wide. Hart gets the all clear to bring the ball back into play. Wide to Smart. You'd like a penny for every time they've done that. Edwards working it outside. 50. Smart. Wide and high. Doughty forced to work hard. Jacobs. Bombers have got a sniff here. Joe Mercedes towards Heffernan. Half forward flank. McVeigh. Lloyd's calling for it long. It's in his direction. Couldn't take the mark. Rolls it towards goal. Tumbling. Bouncing. The Bombers get their second within 2 minutes.
Lucky Sport Lotto, the game you can score big with.
Matthew Lloyd's first goal has reduced the margin to just 8 points in the shadows of half-time. Kick off the ground by McLeod to half forward. Unable to trap it was Bode. Ball comes to Laddams through traffic. Sidestepping nicely, gets the kick away. Inside 50, Fletcher and Burton fly. Off hands, Edwards might snap a goal. Does snap a goal.
That's got a bit of hurt on it, hasn't it? Yeah. The Bombers claw back, and the margin was 2 goals at half-time. At quarter-time, they bring it into 8 points, and straight away they push it out again by 1 more. Quick takeaway from the centre too.
You saw Edwards just on bottom of the screen there. He was running down with no apparent opponent, and he became the crummer. He's in the middle at the moment, Edwards, so he's worked pretty hard to get down into the goal now.
And they're worried about the possibility of another quick takeaway here, the Bombers. That is to Adelaide, so they pushed a spare man into defence again, defensively.
Lead back out to 14 points. It might be extended. Bickley, high to half forward. Stevens and Wellman, illegally, Wellman interfered with. Free kick on the half-back flank to the Bombers as we go down to Anthony Mithen.
Yeah, concern for Mark Rashido. He came off with that blood, took himself off the ground. He's emerged down into the rooms. I've lost him for the moment, and there is some concern about his jaw.
Bolton to Walsh under immense pressure. John Cock steals it, rolls it. Fletcher Almost bowled by, just got bat on ball in time. And great hip and shoulder, John Cock will get a ball in.
Centre-bounce clearances for the quarter. Adelaide 6, Bombers 0. Have a look at John Cock just putting himself in the fray. And if that ball had just bounced slightly the other way, it would have been another goal.
Hill and Biglan's. Biglan's almost the toe poke away. Ball trapped into the pack. Mark Johnson caught high. Will get a free kick back pocket. Crowd not necessarily agreeing with the umpire's decision. I don't think Mark Johnson thought he was going to get the decision either until the umpire just confirmed with him it's yours.
Brian Benke is pushed into defence. He's playing on James Hird. But the first time he's played defensively on a quality player like that, I think.
Fletcher towards Barnard. Crowell spoiled, but down to Jacobs. Lloyd's on the move. Doesn't quite take the mark in Lloyd-esque style. Running hard, ball in front of the eyes. Couldn't complete it. Crowell. Slick handball, Bickley to Smart. High kick to half forward. Tangle between Bolton and Stevens. And the ball tied up in another pack. Closing seconds. Second term. Stevens angry. There's a what's your decision.
Mark Bickley, 10 disposals for the quarter. Finding a bit of it now.
Biglan's and Hill. Knocked down towards Bode. Now Edwards. Handball to Massey. Not long on to Doughty. Can they get a kick away at a mark? Sure. Long inside 50. One-on-one. Welsh. John Cock. John Cock keeps it alive. Jason Johnson. Tied up by McLeod.
That is a timely siren for Essendon because Adelaide have been just dominant. I think they're 11-2 at the boundary line throwing clearances, and these boundary line throw-ins...
Haven't heard the siren.
Haven't heard it. What's going on here? Hang on. The other umpire's heard it now. Chris Mitchell's heard it. He's blown the whistle. And there you go. And they were a show then to get a quick takeaway, and Biglan's is dominant in the ruck. Who knows what might have happened then? But it's all happening here at half-time, and for all their efforts, they pushed their lead out by 2 points, the Adelaide Crows. That is from their quarter-time margin. Currently, it stands at a 14-point lead. To Adelaide, 8-7-55. Essendon, 6-5-41.
Yes. So just tell him straight out the answer is yes. Yes. Yes.
This news break is brought to you by Bank SA Personal Easy Loans.
Good afternoon. The government says it'll introduce legislation to extend shop trading hours. Suburban stores will be allowed to trade until 9 p.m. on weeknights, and Sunday trading will also be extended during the summer months. A number of planes were forced to abort landing at Adelaide Airport last night due to high winds. One aircraft aborted 5 times before successfully touching down. And security will be reviewed at rugby matches after a referee was attacked during a game between South Africa and New Zealand. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Monday on A Current Affair.
I always get a bargain.
The Big Bargain Challenge.
I love getting a bargain.
Everyday shoppers on a mission to show how much you can save.
I don't pay full price for anything.
Nissa presents A Current Affair.
Today's world needs more power. That's why today's world needs Duracell. With long-lasting alkaline power. More power means more flashes. More power means more to enjoy. Super-powered Super Duracell. The power that lasts and lasts and lasts.
Can I take your order? Yeah, hi. I'll take that turkey sandwich, the one with the bacon, the ham, and the Dijon horseradish sauce. That's like not on our menu. Not only is it not on your menu, it's not even on your radar screen. We have a radar screen? Subway's new hot Dijon horseradish melt. Sing it to me, Lori.
We're talking delicious turkey, ham, crisp bacon topped with melted cheese and a tangy Dijon horseradish sauce, all on fresh-baked gourmet bread. It's one of 5 new Subway Selects.
You think I made that burger guy cry?
Subway, eat fresh!
These days, driving screws is as easy as drilling. The real hassle is switching between bits. Have a look at this. The second generation Black & Decker Firestorm with quick connect removable chuck snaps on and off with just one click. 2-speed gearbox, 32-stage torque control and a state of charge indicator. You're going to love the second generation Firestorm drill from Black & Decker.
On Channel 9, Australia's favourite network. These are the faces of quality Australian drama.
He shot Oscar 4 times. Police, please!
You're accusing me of murder and you want me to help you?
Always captivating.
How could you keep this stuff to yourself?
It's not appropriate that I speak with you at this time. Always surprising.
You're in love with her, aren't you? Are you to stay where you are?
It's cool.
I said stay where you are.
And always entertaining.
Tuesday.
Ever wonder if it's worth it defending these lowlifes?
Rebecca Gibney and Gary Sweet join the cast of Stingers.
I believe you're blocking my path.
Quality Australian drama.
Here on Australia's favourite network, Channel 9. Tuesday, an evil man.
You shot your wife in the head.
They know he's guilty. But will they find the evidence to put him away? Or will he live to kill another day? CSI, 8:30 Tuesday on 9. Arnold Schwarzenegger stars in End of Days, premieres tonight on 9.
This AFL coverage proudly brought to you by Primus Telecom, Amy and Duracell.
Tough man from the back pocket, Mark Johnson, looking to elevate his team. Essendon at half-time. They trail by 14 points, 6-5-41 to Adelaide's 8-7-55, Gerard Healy.
Yeah, taking a look at the goal kickers, Rhett Bigland's doing a great job with 2 goals and also dominating in the ruck. And the rest singles for Adelaide and for Essendon. They also can't find themselves a multiple goal scorer despite many opportunities.
Well, he's got an ankle injury, but Simon Goodwin opened them up on the board with an early goal to the Crows, but he's come off the ground since then, and they've actually looked a lot better, the Bombers, since Goodwin came from the field.
I think the 2 standouts in this match, Dermot, at half-time, the structure of Essendon's forward line, it appears to be working far better than it has for a long time. But the intensity of the Adelaide Crows really is making this game, I think it's established their lead at the moment. Whilst the forwards get on the end and kick goals like Mark Stevens there, it has to start somewhere. And their ability to dominate the clearances, because they're just so hard at it, I think is a testament to their coach, Gary Ayres. There's one to Stengline, it just came out of nowhere. I reckon they could be a few more goals up, Adelaide. They had a lot of chances, particularly in the first half of that second quarter, and they didn't hurt them on the scoreboard. And then Essendon just started to get used to working into the wind, and they pumped it through. And I think one of the keys there is that Joe Mercedes started to work in the middle and push forward, and we're seeing the result of Joe's extra work on the scoreboard.
Absolutely, they started to put it together up forward. You mentioned they've got a 4-man forward line. They get a few players flush through the Bombers, and they're getting some goals out of it.
Well, they are, but they could certainly do better. There's their first goal from Scotty Lucas. Scott Lucas, I think, is a player that's working hard, but there's still another gear for him to go up. They didn't have Crummers there. Wellman pushed hard into attack there, and he provided it. Barnard, he's got probably a dozen possessions, but hasn't had the impact on the scoreboard at the moment. And Peverill, who's been their #1 possession winner and doing a pretty good job, has also pushed forward. He kicked the goal. And there's a crumb. Haven't seen a lot of crumbs. I don't see a lot of crumbs these days. No. Not the classic crumbers. You rarely see a man get 3 or 4 from crumbs, but there are plenty of them out there.
Absolutely, and then Matty Lloyd getting on to the end. They've got a couple of quick ones at the end of that quarter then, but it's a 14-point lead to the Crows. We'll be back after the break.
We thought a crime like this could never happen in Australia.
22 years in the service, I'd never read anything like it. They had no pity whatsoever.
For 6 hours, Amanda was assaulted by 14 Lebanese Australians.
The whole time they thought it was a huge joke. I was, quote, an Aussie pig.
Words cannot describe her courage.
I knew that I had not to live.
But you'll cheer when you hear how she stood up to them and won. When Toyota presents 60 Minutes tonight.
If you're taking on a home improvement project and need to know what to do next, call the Mitre 10 advice line. Our qualified tradespeople can save you time and money by getting you back on the job fast. So for 10 out of 10 advice, call 13 6310.
If you want to watch the footy on a huge 80cm LG TV with a surround sound DVD stereo system like this, call me now on 131166. And every time you order delivery, you're in with a chance to win one of 50. Be quick!
Have you sensitive teeth and gums? Seedal medicated toothpaste is the latest advance in teeth and gum care. Non-gritty and pleasant tasting. Look at the price. Great value. For protection for your sensitive teeth and gums, buy the great Australian product. Seedal medicated toothpaste.
The Sunday night premiere is an action blockbuster.
There's another world out there.
As one girl is stalked for a reason she doesn't understand.
Coming for you, Christine. Be safer with me.
But it's a secret that could tear our world apart.
Everyone is trying to kill us. Give me a girl.
Starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Gabriel Byrne, good versus evil will be one hell of a fight.
Maybe now you're ready to believe. Let her go.
End of Days premieres 8:30 tonight on 9.
Who the hell are you? Inspector Luke Harris.
9:30 Tuesday.
And you are?
Stingers returns.
Technically, this unit's been disbanded.
New faces.
Excuse me?
Yeah, keep up the good work. You'll have a cop killer back on the street.
New attitude.
This isn't a reorganisation. This is a raid.
A whole new series.
We're starting with a blank sheet of paper. Now, you can fight against that. That's up to you.
Rebecca Gibney, Gary Sweet, and Jacinta Stapleton. The all-new Stingers returns 9:30 Tuesday on 9.
And he is much needed in the second half by his beloved Bombers. 14-point lead to the Crows. Well, if you had said to somebody that the Bombers at the verge of round 19, they'd be struggling to make a finals berth, people would have laughed at you. But Jason Johnson, he has been leading his team from the front all year. Injuries and retirements haven't helped the Bombers, but Jason Johnson last year, following on from that great year last year, we got All-Australian selection and a best and fairest under his belt, has been brilliant for them. Jamie Aldrich caught up with him this week.
Charging in is Jason Johnson. Goes no other way.
Gets hit a lot, gets up, he hits them.
Johnson crunches him.
It's phenomenal the way he plays in this game now that he actually can sustain long periods on the ball like he has.
Jason Johnson, look out for you're on a collision course. Well, they can ill afford to lose that man.
I think the harder you go at the footy, the less chance you're going to get hurt. I think that's the way I look at it anyway, so that's the way I approach it.
It's a simple philosophy, but it's one that's working for Jason Johnson. Go as hard as you can for as long as you can, and then watch the results follow.
Jason Johnson just crashes through and kicks the goal for the Bombers. Jason Johnson is on fire.
Do you have no fear?
I think you don't really think about it. You're sort of concentrating on the footy, and when you get the footy, where you're going to give it away to. So, yeah, I suppose in the end of when it comes to the crunch, I suppose you've got too much to think about.
Salmon brilliantly. Carousella likewise. Johnson. He's got it.
In his sixth year at Windy Hill, it's only the last couple of seasons that have marked the rapid rise and rise of the number 14, seeing him emerge from the shadows of more established Bombers to stamp himself as one of his side's most important weapons.
Well, for the last 2 years, Jason's carried the load in the midfield. Therefore, he's become nearly the number one player that's going to be tagged by the opposition.
I suppose I might have slipped under a few teams early on last year, and then when I started playing some good games of footy, and I got a bit of attention.
Dangerous player when he runs straight at goals. Good story there from Jamie Aldridge, and also nice to see a photograph of Billy Brownless before he was introduced to beer and food, both in abundance. Coming up after the conclusion of today's game, we have St Kilda and Geelong live. We'll cross to that game while it's in progress at Colonial Stadium there for Southern State viewers at the completion, as I say, of Adelaide and Essendon. For our Northern State viewers, Sydney viewers in Brisbane, Cronulla take on Newcastle. That is from Toyota Park at 4 p.m. Well, it's a 14-point lead here to the Adelaide Crows at Amy Stadium. We'll be back with the second half after the break.
Next week, it begins. The countdown to Showdown 12. Hear from the players, the coaches, who's in, who's out. The lowdown on the Showdown. Exclusive reports, only on Adelaide's National 9 News, all next week, nightly at 6.
ADHD and out of control.
Emma and Kyle are not naughty, they just can't help what they're doing.
Now the drug-free breakthrough giving desperate families real hope.
Their behaviour will change and they can go off the drugs.
Plus,
I always get a bargain.
the Big Bargain Challenge.
I love getting a bargain.
Everyday shoppers on a mission to show how much you can save.
I don't pay full price for anything.
Nissan presents The Current Affair.
As an officer on board HMAS Geelong, I'm always in a leadership role, and I'm in charge of the boarding team. Basically, we've been out patrolling, looking for illegal fishing boats, and we'll sort of just conduct a search through the vessel to see what they've got on board, whether they've got any fish in their holds. But it's nice to know that we're achieving our ultimate aim of protecting Australia's waters.
Don't race around for the lowest home improvement prices. Head to Bunnings Warehouse for the lowest prices every day. 650 gram Yates snail pellets, $1.74. Ryobi blower vac, only $93. 4 litre Dulux ceiling plate, $29.98. Toolbox, a bargain at $9.95. 4 outlet power board, $3.45. And potting mix, only $2. We won't be beaten on price. And that's guaranteed.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Fellini's have always been known for their great wood oven pizzas, pasta and other superb cuisine. And the best venue for your next function is Fellini's upstairs. Fellini's function room is ideal for weddings, conferences, that special dinner. Whatever the reason, celebrate at Fellini's, O'Connell Street, North Adelaide.
Lucky Sport Lotto, the game you can score big with.
All new Burjo's catchphrase begins 5:30 Monday on 9. They're the game show hosts that have always had the right questions, but now they'll need all the right answers. Monday in a television first, Millionaires Battle of the Game Show hosts.
All right, team, here we go.
With Tony Barber.
What is my name?
Craig Evans.
You guys do look like the perfect match.
Ugly Dave Gray. John Burgess.
That's the name of the game.
And Ian Tuppy. Now the tables have turned.
Good old switcheroo.
A 2-hour special, Millionaires Battle of the Game Show hosts, 8:30 Monday on 9.
Welcome back to Amy Stadium. A 14-point lead to the Adelaide Crows, 8-7-55 to Essendon, 6-5-41 as the players take the field. They're just in their final huddles there. Anthony Mithen is down on the boundary, watching them from close quarters.
Yes, thanks, Derm. And Simon Goodwin, just had a quick word to him. He came over to the bench quite early using the carts, and his ankle, ligament damage only. They don't think there's any bone damage, which is good news, but you would think his run of about 86 or 87 games in a row will come to an end with Showdown next week. Ramanauskas in the same boat with his ankle. Good news on Rashudo, though. He's had a couple of stitches on the inside of his mouth. His jaw's been given the all clear, and he will start in the middle, I think, come the third quarter. Back to you, Derm.
Thanks for that.
Should be a big jaw to break.
Let's have a look at some match stats there. And the centre breaks 10-4, throw-ins 11-3. That's where Adelaide, well, the common terminology in this current era is they're smashing them at the clearances. But look down to the bottom, hit-outs to advantage. Now, this is not just hit-outs that go one way or the other, and you've got no idea where the ruckman hit it. These are hit-outs that are directly taken by an underneath teammate. That is an awesome stat, and one that you would say, Rhett Biglands, you are having a brilliant game.
And it gives some meaning to ruck stats too, because just basic hit-outs really mean nothing. You've got to go to somebody like a kick to advantage. 14-point lead to the Crows to start this second half, and yes, they get another takeaway with a free kick in the middle to Bode.
Deliberate too, he just put it down his throat. That was an awesome hit out. It's funny we were mentioning it, because that was brilliant.
Ex-Blue Massey towards Stevens. Couldn't take the mark, forced to Knight. Handball meant for Welsh. Overrunning it slightly was McLeod. Burton. High kick, wobbly kick inside 50. Stengline. Strong mark.
Well, he's just backed into Jason Johnson there, and I reckon Jason Johnson would be saying to himself, I'm feeling a little bit insulted by that.
He's had a good game, Stengline. He's a player with a growing reputation, gets big jobs, and today, as you said, Dermot, at half-time break, he's doing a good job on Jason Johnson. The crowd went throw. The umpire said play on, but it was a line ball.
190 centimetres, 90 kilograms, so he's a 14 stoner, around 6'3" in the old language. Jason Johnson, he's 181, about 5'11" and 13 stone.
Certainly a bit of toughness in the mark, and he kicks it goal and misses across the face. Only a behind, difficult end to be kicking to in this third term, given the breeze, which sometimes holds the ball up and sometimes gets sheltered by the grandstand. Fletcher caught by the pants. Laddams high inside 50. Almost a free kick, make that a free kick to Mark Johnson against Burton. Scott Lucas has had just 3 possessions. They're struggling in the ruck at the moment, and they're struggling at centre-half forward. Maybe it'd be worth throwing Hill to the half-forward line, a Hill into the goal square and Lloyd out to half-forward, and put Lucas up into the ruck. Lucas gets the ball on the wing towards half-forward. Blumfield, hard attack on ball by both players, and will get a ball up just the Essendon side of the outer wing.
As you mentioned it, Jared, James Hird pushes back to the goal square. There's a solid bump on Massey by Blumfield, and you see Lloydie push out to a pseudo centre-half forward position.
Biglands to Massey. McGregor waits a long time, finally came down. No one free to go to, just held up initially. Still held up. Now towards Burton, who went up early. Fletcher. Front spot, the more orthodox attempt at the mark from Burton.
Yeah, Burton jumped, but there was no one under him.
Darasella from half-back. Now they've got the loose man. Mercedes, can he get it to Jacobs, who's over the top and free? He can run inside 50 if it sits. It does. Thought about a handball, dribbled it off the palm of his hand. Hird, full forward. They might have messed this up. Butchered it. They certainly did. Hart got a free. Smart play onto advantage. Edwards on his own at half-back. Couple of bounces, make that 3. Correction 4. Now there's a free kick behind play to Essendon for an illegal Shepherd against Biglands. Outside of the 5-metre area, obviously, and umpire Andrew Coates, who has had his ears cleaned out at half-time because he missed the siren, has picked straight up on him. Lloyd, a long way from where he'd like to be. A good 70 from goal. McLeod. Class through traffic. Quickly. All of a sudden, the field opens up. Stevens from 40. Kicks across the face. And they train here, and even they can't find the goal mouth at the lake end with this breeze. Here's the Shepherd.
Gee.
Oh.
Gee. Well, we're playing footy, aren't we? This is football we're watching.
We did win gold at the Commonwealth Games in netball. Ball to the outer side. Bolton. Oh, that's a good tackle by Massey. His tackle slipped to the leg. Umpire decided to play holding the ball. No shorts. And they have the ball in the midfield with Doughty. Long inside 50. Burton and Fletcher. Burton can't shrug the tackle from Bolton. Throws the ball to Fletcher. Paddles to his own advantage and taken out of play.
Oh,
Johnson with a bit of assistance from Jacobs.
It's not dangerous or anything, but some over-anxious umpires will give you a free kick for that.
Jacobs, in his player profile, says that his nickname is Hose. I think he's made that up for himself. Ball back into play. Mercedes and legal Shepherd again on Biglands. Now, no one really knows what's going on at the moment, but Biglands does. He kicks inside 50, Rashuto.
That's a good lead, good kick from Brett Biglands. He's on Mark Johnson playing forward pocket, but basically playing the same role as a full forward. Coach, he says, get back away from me. Oh, that's what it's for. Over the shoulder.
It's delicate.
Now, this used to be perhaps the toughest kick at Football Park, Amy Stadium, before the stand was built to Rashuto's left. Give the hands a bit of a lick. But there's a bit of shelter now, Dwayne.
There is, but just at the goal mouth, it opens up between the stand and the scoreboard. Might run around slightly to hook it. Starts it out left. It drifts across the face with that breeze, pushing it away from the goal mouth. It's out of bounds on the full.
Gee, I thought that was touched well inside the 45. Oh, well, we said we're querying every umpire indecision at the moment. We'll just let them play their game.
Bolton towards half-back Salmon. Biglands, boundary.
Oh, did that come off the knee? Another one.
You're in good form.
Yeah.
Ball about to be tossed in.
I reckon it did come off the knee then.
Inside 56-1 in this term. Biglands and Salmon. Over the top sting line, caught by Jason Johnson. McLeod. Centering ball, goal square. Burton got a hand on it. Fletcher got two hands on it. To Bolton, back of the pack. Couple of bounces. Jacobs in trouble. Back to Bolton. They worked it okay, unless that was a throw, which it wasn't. Carosella to Mercedes. McVeigh is at half forward. Bickley's with him. McVeigh's mark was spectacular with the flight.
Sorry, Dwayne, there's no doubt down the other end. There's a bit. He never secured it. No free play. There's no doubt that Fletcher's height is worrying Brett Burton now.
Hurd with two to beat in the pocket. And it's out of play in front of McGregor and Lucas.
Yeah, Brett Burton down the other end. He's jumped early. We've seen that a few moments ago. And now he's jumping, trying to get away from him, jumping early on every occasion. As you saw there, the stat on Adelaide's last victory.
Yes, the Bombers have won the last 4 matchups between the two teams by more than 5 goals. Ball back into play. No one can break free and will get a bounce about 40 metres out from goal. 8 minutes played, third term, 57-41.
Smoking Joe on the back of the pack there. I think he's coming off. A little bit of claret there, Mytho. Oh, fair bit of claret.
Yeah, it looks like just caught one under the chin and trying to work out a replacement now. John Cox come on for the Crows.
I think he got one a little bit higher than the chin too. Yeah, up in the eyebrow.
Butterfly clip and a bit of towel and he'll be back on.
Bit of staple.
Salmon. Jason Johnson. They needed this. And JJ drives it through.
Today's world needs more power. That's why today's world needs Duracell. With long-lasting alkaline power. More power means more flashes. More power means more to enjoy. Super-powered Super Duracell. The power that lasts and lasts and lasts.
Margin cut back to 10 points. Both Johnson's 8 disposals for the game. Not linked by genes, but linked by genius. Not having their better afternoons, but plenty of time left. Ball up in the middle. No one can get the takeaway. We'll get a bounce. 57-47.
There's the Adelaide goal square. And you can see the height difference between Fletcher on the left-hand side of the screen. Burton just sneaking in behind him.
Biglan's another decisive palm down, but illegal according to the umpire, Salmon. Peveril, Barnard, and a bomb. Hurd one-on-one with Hart. Difficult to outmark James Hurd. Wide ball from Hart to Edwards. Salmon and Biglan. Salmon, palm on ball again with Adams. Fantastic first half from him. Wide towards Stevens. Well-weighted ball. Gem of a mark.
He is working so hard. 13th possession.
Back to Adams. He spent a few beans to get to 50. That is a long drop. Goal of the day.
It's such a nice evening. I thought we'd go out for dinner. No, this way.
Introducing KFC's salad spread. Juicy original recipe chicken, breast fillet crispy strips, coleslaw, lots of chips, and a fresh garden salad.
We should eat out more often.
The Adelaide Crow lead continues to hover between that 8-point to 20-point range. Bounce in the middle. Peveril can't get the takeaway. Salmon reaches down and throws it. Umpire was 3 metres away. Had the binoculars on it. Johnson. Edwards. McLeod. Wide. Looking for Doughty. Hands on ball. Couldn't take the mark back to McLeod.
His kicking hasn't been great today, McLeod.
No doubt he'll find a chest with this one now, Dermot. Inside 50. Nearly Fletcher's chest. Off hands. Fourth tonight. Plays for the free. Gets it.
You notice a trend that's creeping in over the last few weeks or a couple of months, and that is the teams that dropped the extra man in defence. Sheedy's played a 7th man down there today. Teams are now saying, well, we'll just play 7 forwards. We have to have man-on-man in our forward line.
Salmon sees Barnard free. Has some space for a bounce, but not a second. Carosella. Difficult kick to pick up. McVeigh picks it up as good as anyone could. Jason Johnson caught in a brilliant tackle. Ball. Stengline. What a great afternoon he's having again.
Well, that's a show there. There's a bit of frustration creeping into it. That's Lucas, but Jason Johnson retaliated after the free kick.
So Stengline receives the free kick from halfback. Biglan's and Salmon. 37-year-old reaches high, knocks to Doughty. Bouncing ball. Boston Knight. Over Bow gives the free kick away. Handed off to Bickley. Umpire thought play on, pushing the back.
Square up.
Now Bickley is too far out to score, you would think. 55 from goal. Pops it up to the advantage of Rashudo. Back of the pack, Burton. Difficult angle. Hooks it back with discipline. No one home.
Pretty close
getting, it was Bolton. Welsh. Hurd wide. Can't mark. Good fist by Hart. Winning the battle.
The effectiveness, James Hurd there, showing the frustration. The effectiveness of Adelaide's disposals. 82% of the time they're hitting the target. Andy McLeod, he's had a good game, but his effectiveness is down on his team's average. He's only at 71, so 7 out of 10 are hitting the target, whereas the team are getting it 8 out of 10.
Ball knocked down again by a combination of Salmon and Biglan's hands. Carosella. Through traffic, gave to Doughty, dropped it. Barnard's got him. And the umpire will be forced to sort it out with a bounce on the point of the centre square at half forward for Adelaide. 10 minutes remaining, third term. We've travelled 14 minutes into this quarter. There's the top 5 possession getters. Damien Peveril leading at the moment. Ball knocked down to Doughty. Handball a little too slick for McLeod, but he made it look okay. To Bickley to Massey. And the corner again.
I agree with you totally, Jared. Explain that to us.
Well, we will get it up on replay, hopefully. He does a reverse boomerang, if you like, and spins the ball around rather than just bending the foot slowly, running at the goal and kicking a drop punt. It's just got no percentage at all, that kick.
Fletcher's kick has percentage. 2-on-1. Outer side, Bolton, Barnard and Massey. And Barnard just wrestled Massey in time for Bolton to get free on the ball. Kicks inside 50. Smart. Free kick given away. And it'll go to Nigel Smart.
Had a good game again.
To Hart, who peels off Hurd up the middle.
Oh, Hurd is looking up and saying, I can't cover everyone here.
He's still got McLeod free.
Here is McLeod. Biggins calls him in. Good play by the big man.
We respect him from McLeod. He won't take on Hurd.
Stevens runs on for the 1-2.
He's working hard. He's just about the best man on the ground. I know he hasn't had as many possessions as some of the others. 7th mark, I think, and he is tireless.
He was tired there and he had the wobbles. Kicks toward the forward pocket. Oh, that's a massive leap and a good mark to Bolton. Mark Johnson flew way too early. Umpire said it was okay. He wanted the ball. That's a terrible handball.
Paul Simpson didn't expect this. But what was totally unexpected...
Good afternoon. Welcome to Amy.
Oh, you're a real person. At Amy, you'll speak to a real person, not a computer.
Amy. So how do you like the Big Apple?
What's that?
That's a herd of poodle.
What's that?
That's a New York City swimming hole. Come on. What's that?
The new Southwest turkey and bacon.
Delicious turkey and bacon with Southwest sauce on fresh-baked jalapeno cheese bread.
Subway, eat fresh.
Adelaide Crows have cracked that 20-point barrier. That has been unable to be cracked so far this game. 23 points now the margin. 16 minutes played, third term. Bounce. Favours Salmon. Jason Johnson. Heverell tied up in the middle with Laddams.
See Lloyd there on screen. Came off the wing at that bounce down, so he's pushed up. Whether he'll just fade back to centre forward. You see him just walk into the right-hand side of the screen now, but he's picking up Kane Johnson, so he might legitimately be playing there.
Sheedy working overtime. Laddams, McLeod, McGregor.
Well, they're confident.
Hart's free.
Got some real confidence in the last 3 or 4 minutes, Adelaide. They're leading everywhere. They're running hard.
Hurd has almost dropped the kick behind play, allowing Hart to be free. Short to Bickley.
Laddams on in the centre if he wants to go short, but he's going to go long.
And high. Fletcher, palms on ball. Forced to Knight. Got it from Mark Johnson. Wellman. Now Jason Johnson, back pocket. Blumfield the target on the wing. Prowl with him. Boundary line beats them both. Let's go down to Anthony Mithen.
Yeah, Brian Binky back on the bench for the Crows and preparing to come back on. He's had a couple of stitches in the eye. And they've cleaned up the blood under his chin too, boys. You'll be pleased to know.
Well done, Mitho. Double change for the Bombers. Heffernan comes back on, and Moorcroft at the expense of Peverell and Barnard. Yeah, Peverell's had a bit of it, but only 2 possessions this quarter.
Ball
21 in total.
No one can break free. And Strange to take Peverell off.
He's only had,
the game.
No, he's only had 2 possessions this quarter. He's worked so hard in the first half, 19, and only 2 in this second half. So, yeah, he needs a breather. He's worked hard.
He is the Claudia Schiffer of the AFL, Damien Peverell. Wears the big names every week. Crowell. Handball to Johnson on the wing. Massey. Sends them to half forward. Hurd. Can't take the mark against Hart. Forced to fist down in disciplined style. Biglands. Top of the goal square. John Cock.
They are really growing now. You can just see it happening. They're kicking into a bit of a breeze here. But they are just growing to a man. You look around the ground now, and there's little amalgamations, little groups of Crows players now talking to each other, saying, well done, mate, we've got them now. And they are very confident of running away. It's going to take a mighty effort from the Bombers. Inside 50 for this third quarter, 13-4 in favour of the Adelaide Crows.
23-point lead to the Adelaide Crows with this kick to come, and it's a horror. Margin pushed out by just the behind.
He's got a sense of humour. He's just evening it up for us, Wayne.
Fletcher to kick in from fullback. Even he couldn't ride that home with the tilt of the head, which we're yet to find out if it actually works, that head tilt. Some physicist somewhere will tell us one day. Dowdy on the end of the handball to Johnson. From 60, chip kick Massey, queuing up.
Gee, sometimes you see boxers in a round and they are just hoping for the bell to come. And right at the moment, that 5 minutes and 46 seconds cannot get there quick enough to three-quarter time. They need to regroup the Bombers. Hill comes back on for Salmon. This is going to be the most difficult period of the game for Essendon. They just need to hang tough here.
Chris Massey back to his old home place after a stint with Carlton. Big opportunity this, as we're in time on third term, and he heads goalward with a drop punt, splits the middle, straight over the goal umpire's hat.
The qualifications and the on-the-job training you get in the Navy are of a high standard. I joined to better myself, better my future, and I'm glad I did it.
It is our sworn duty to defeat tyranny. Are you with me? Are you with me?
Looking for extras? Then try McDonald's McValue Meal $1 Extras. It's value with extras.
Danger period now for the Bombers. Their spot in the 8 on the line could have risen to 5th had they won this afternoon. It's looking extremely unlikely at heart. One of the reasons why. Ties up Masidi. Ball up will occur on the wing. Plenty of brains in there working overtime.
It's amazing the evolution of football, isn't it? We've had all this run to receive stuff for years, and then flooding, and now tackling is back in vogue.
Maybe a knockout punch from Tyson.
They are queuing up, Dwayne. We called it about 3 or 4 minutes ago. You could just see them step up. There are blokes doing high fives everywhere. And Tyson Edwards gets on the end of this one once again. I mean, he didn't know where it was going, but he got it going his way, Rhett Biglands, and he's just given it a bit of air, and she's gone the distance. Hard ball gets in the midfield around the pack when the ball goes into dispute. Adelaide have won 4-1 in their favour. Their loose ball gets around the stoppages 7-4, so they're just killing the Bombers. Matty Lloyd is on the wing. This is the 3rd time he's come off the wing again against Kane Johnson.
Wobbly bounce, lead out to 6 goals, and they're not even paying those now, but Adelaide lead by 36.
Good attendance here today, 43,500, 43,720 to be precise.
Biglands to Bode, Risciuto. Half caught by Wellman, bumped by Mark Johnson. Edwards.
Feel like the old Blazing Saddles movie. Don't do that to him, you'll only make him angry.
Hurd to Lloyd. Wouldn't they love that combination? Essendon supporters a bit closer to goal. Blumfield and Crowell. Played it reasonably well, Crowell, as well as he possibly could as he slipped. Blumfield. 50 from goal. Smart. Another superb game from him, Bickley. Now Risciuto. Ex-captain to captain. Crowell. Spearing ball, Burton. Third man takes him on. Pops it up to the top of the goal square. Stevens!
He's having a blinder. And Bolton, he's just fallen away this quarter. And even though Stevens is having an absolute blinder, a beauty of a game, Bolton has really had a go. I mean, he's just a kid still. He's still learning the caper. Let's look at Smarty. Behind play, yeah, soft little one. But this kid Bolton has been fantastic. You just can't go with him anymore because Stevens is just such a tireless worker. Although Bolton's got good endurance, they say. But he's just fallen away now. And so is the rest of the team, I might add.
Not a difficult kick. They've been missed from here before. But at the moment, the pressure isn't really on like it would be if scores were level. Stevens drop punt. Well, the goal umpire had to do a bit of work. He's got the long stops in. Goal.
Power versus Crow. Lucky Sport Lotto, the game you can score big with.
Adelaide sailing away in the shadows of three-quarter time. Ball knocked down to Stengline, couldn't get a decisive possession, forced to Knight. Hurd's back at centre-half forward, a race on Hurd and Hart. Hart again beats Hurd. It's been the story of the day. And the ball out of play as Clark tried to trap it. And we'll get a ball in.
It's going to be a great match next week for the showdown, because I think that the evidence, Dermot, is staring us in the face. Right now, I think Adelaide are as good a chance as anybody of challenging for the premiership. I don't think there's anybody playing better than them in the competition at the moment, with the possible exception of Brisbane.
Doughty was on hands and knees. Umpire will sort it all out with a bounce, and Damien Peverill preparing to come back on for Essendon.
Change at that end of the ground. We've been focusing on Stevens, and they've had to go back with, well, he's just run the kid Bolton into the deck.
Toss of tea towel over about 30 of them on that outer wing. Ball finally comes up. McLeod. Rashuto. High inside 50. Burton 1-2.
Too many options now. It's opening out as well. You saw that. You called the comment you made was you could toss a tea towel over those players out on the wing. But there's a big pack there. There's got to be space between that pack and the forward line, whereas Essendon were able to shock up Adelaide's forward line in the second quarter. Matty Lloyd comes from the ground. I think he'll get straight onto the phone here in a second. But there's just so much room there. Stevens led up. He took Wellman with him, made space behind him, and that's where Burton went. Wouldn't be surprised to see Lloyd in defence and Fletcher go forward.
Lead out to 48 points. The Crows almost unbeatable from here.
A shopping hours shake-up for the city and suburbs. Passengers tell of scary landings as high winds lash Adelaide Airport, and dozens killed as floods ravage Europe.
Monday on A Current Affair.
I always get a bargain.
The Big Bargain Challenge.
I love getting a bargain.
Everyday shoppers on a mission to show how much you can save.
I don't pay full price for anything.
Nissa presents A Current Affair.
Kevin Sheedy, the job ahead of him. 6 goals, 2 unanswered to the Adelaide Crows. 18 minutes have elapsed of play since the Bombers were inside their forward 50.
And that does tell the story. Stengline caught by Masiti, who makes the ball up earned. Stengline just having a word to the umpire, but nothing to come of it.
Made mention that they wanted the bell to come for three-quarter time, and there was 5.5 minutes left. There's still 2 minutes left of that 5.5 minutes of play, and they've kicked 4 goals since, so they've just really been hanging onto the ropes here, the Bombers.
Certainly are. Rashuto, McLeod, almost Jacobs, and almost Mark Johnson, but that's been the story of their day. Too many almosts, and a ball up.
17-5 inside forward 50s, 17-5 in favour of Adelaide this quarter.
Nigel Smart on screen, game number 245 for him, so
he's blossomed again.
He has, and given that the Crows will play in the finals, 250 this year now, big possibility. Hart and Hurd, and again Hart beats Hurd, and the umpire will sort it out with a bounce this time. Been a great one-on-one from the outset.
14-10 in favour of Hurd on Hart.
In favour of Hurd. Ball back alive again. No one can break through with a decisive possession. Rashuto. Now Hurd. Caracella. Mark Johnson. Was that a shot at goal? High kick. Under it Hill. Caracella. Masiti. Might do it all his own. Kicks toward goal and misses. And even Smoking Joe's not smoking at the moment.
15-10 in favour of Hurd, and that's the possession count. Jared, how do you read the contest?
Oh, clear win to Ben Hart. You just look down the goals column and there's nothing there for James Hurd. Whether or not that's lack of opportunity or not, Backman's primary role is to stop your forward getting goals, and Hurd's one of the best the game has seen, and Hart has killed him.
It's been seen, but
thanks, Dermot.
Just not Hurd.
Oh, it wasn't Dermot.
Ball wide towards the wing.
Should have known that Hill. Pity we haven't got a seven-second pause button. We could retract a couple of those. Claudia Schiffer, could we get that one back?
The comments of Jared Healy.
There he is on screen. He'd be a happy man. He'll be laughing because at three-quarter time, the Adelaide Crows hold all the aces. And a few men on screen at the moment. Moorcroft having a word to the umpire. No book's been out, but the book's been written by Adelaide. They lead 14-11-95 to Essendon, 7-6-48.
If you call me right now on 131166, you can have 2 large pizzas and our new wedges with sour cream and sweet chili sauce for just $19.90 plus delivery fee. So pick up the phone and call me now.
What's a no-fuss camera to take on a cruise?
The Nikon Light Touch Automatic with super sharp zoom lens and red-eye reduction, just $329 with a bonus film and processing at Diamonds Now.
Diamonds make it perfectly clear.
Lucky Sport Lotto, the game you can score big with.
To get what you want in life, you first need a plan that sets out your goals, what you want to achieve, and you need money. At Patrick Willan Financial Services, we can do both. Draw up your financial plan, and our lending team can get you the money you need at competitive rates. Yes, get you the money you need at competitive rates. Phone them at 8274-1241. Patrick Willan Lending Services. Professional, caring, secure.
In this year's Channel 9 Telethon Home and Land Lottery, you could win a home and land package valued at over $275,000. Or prizes of LaCorne's furniture. Don't worry, Reg, there's an alternative first prize, $230,000 cash. Just imagine. Tickets $5, sponsored by Distinctive Homes, McKinley Estate and Clipsal.
The Sunday night premiere is an action blockbuster.
There's another world out there.
As one girl is stalked for a reason she doesn't understand.
Coming for you, Christine.
Be safer with me. But it's a secret that could tear our world apart.
Everyone is trying to kill us. Give me the girl.
Starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Gabriel Byrne, good versus evil will be one hell of a fight.
Maybe now you're ready to believe. Let her go.
End of Days premieres 8:30 tonight on 9.
This AFL coverage proudly brought to you by Carlton Draft, Amy and Primus Telecom.
Welcome back to Amy Stadium. A big lead to the Adelaide Football Club. 47 points there. Essendon 7-6-48. Trail Adelaide 14-11-95. Let's go down to Anthony Mithen with the assistant coach, the big ruckman himself, Mark Micken.
Yes, thanks, Derm. And Mark, well, you've just ground them down with sheer intensity this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got a bit more reward for our effort that quarter. We put a bit of scoreboard pressure on. Previously, we had probably a fair bit of control of the game, but without putting it on the board. And when we finished off that quarter, so that was good.
You haven't beaten the Bombers for quite a while. It's been a few years. Really want to finish them off this last quarter?
Well, we do. They're a quality opposition, so we don't take anything for granted. And, you know, we just want to continue on with what we did in that third quarter.
Showdown next week against Port looms as a ripper. We'll let you get this one out of the way first, though. Thanks, Mark.
Sorry about that then. Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Mido. Second half of that third quarter loomed as a goal fest for the Adelaide Crows. Chris Laddams started it off, Jared.
Yes, he's had a great game, Dermot. You saw him there just slotting another one. This one hurt. It was a young player taking a risk, and Graham Johncock really did open up the wound and tip the bucket load of salt in it. And then another one, chip over, and Chris Massey, who missed an easy one earlier in the quarter, he read the wind pretty well and dropped it through. This guy has just been dominating all day, Dermot.
He's had a fantastic last month, as have a lot of the Crows. They've come good. Brett Burton was a bit of a get-about. He's the well, this bloke, I think he's best on ground, this guy. He has just worked tirelessly from his position at centre-half forward. And Brett Burton, once it started to open out, he started to get away from Dustin Fletcher. Let's go for the first bounce of the final quarter. Dwayne Russell.
47-point lead to Adelaide. Almost unassailable, but never say never. Edwards, Bode, Edwards again. Chip over the top to Rashudo. Blumfield with him. McLeod. Ball between them all. Blumfield to Hurd. Peveril. Most of the third term on the bench, wide. Almost is a mark to Bolton. Stretched in time. Free man in the middle. Here's Moorcroft. Hits him. Runs inside 50. Drop punt is a gem off the boot. Opening goal of the term to Essendon.
Well, that's the best way to start if you're that far down on the scoreboard. They've started with a goal, and Gary Moorcroft, he could have taken a little bit longer, but he's got a good goal sense, and Bolton will be pleased that he has been relieved of the defensive duties. He looks pretty good across that half-forward line. Obviously, he's got a long way to go as an AFL footballer, but this will be just part of the education process for a number of these Essendon blokes. Unless they can kick 3 or 4 quick ones, then they'll start thinking victory once again. But well, that was the first centre bounce I can remember Essendon getting away cleanly.
Damien Peveril got on the end of that ball too in the midfield. Only 2 possessions third quarter after 19 in the first half.
Salmon, Hurd, Jason Johnson and Peveril in the middle for the Bombers, and Hurd gets the takeaway. Inside 50, Hill and Barnard playing out of the goal square. Barnard forward pocket. Misses.
Turns pretty well there, Barnard. He outturned Crowell.
Adelaide Crows have had periods in games where they have simply dropped the bundle completely.
Saw the picture there of Rhett Biglan's on the boundary line warming up, and I'd say if there's one more clean centre bounce takeaway against Matthew Clark, Biglan's would be back in there very, very shortly.
Speaking of Clark, Bolton with him, Doughty, Crowell from the half-back flank toward the wing over the head of Laddams. Peveril heading toward a 30 possession game again. Salmon.
Oh, don't put it there.
Oh yeah, it's a long way down there.
A big fish.
It's almost in another postcode when it's at his feet. Chip kick, nice to Barnard. Can he thread through another from 48 metres out? Don't write them off just yet.
With a powerful V6 and over 50 models to choose from, Holden Rodeo, for all your dirty work.
If you call me right now on 131166, you can have 2 large pizzas and our new wedges with sour cream and sweet chili sauce for just $19.90 plus delivery fee. So pick up the phone and call me now.
Same starting 4 in the middle for the Bombers. Try and get another takeaway.
Good bounce.
Stenglein, Bode, Clark and Bickley in the middle for the Crows. And the Bombers get it. Blumfield, high, Edwards. Centre half back wide to Johnson.
That was another Essendon clearance, and off comes Matthew Clark.
Shakes his head too as Biglan's replaces him and said, I tried.
Biglan's held out the hand for the tag team change, and Clark went straight past him, a bit disappointed.
McGregor, wide. High one from Moorcroft. The ball's out of play when he did it. Umpire said it was too untidy to ignore. Laddams from outside attacking 50. Wide to the lead of Burton.
That was a quick lead. Fletcher, who's very fast himself, made up no ground once Burton was in full stride.
Would take a mighty kick from the pocket, unless he can get around Fletcher. Unless he can run to about 30 and kick the drop punt straight over the goal umpire, but he misses. But he at least gave them a bit of hope there for a miracle goal to stop this Essendon run. Fletcher to bring the ball back in. Lloyd on the bench still for the Bombers. Jason Johnson.
5 possessions today for Matthew Lloyd. And Jason Johnson's had his colours lowered to Stengline.
Yeah, Lloyd coming into the match with an injury, and it was a gamble that they had to take, but it unfortunately didn't pay off because Smart has smothered him completely.
70-metre kick in the end from Johnson. Bouncing ball. Essendon with some numbers. Ball out of play. Doughty. Percentage. Found the boundary line with a timely fumble. We'll get a ball in half forward flank. Good signs for Adelaide, that. Smart doing some ruck work against Hill. Rashuto met a little hard, I heard, who is disgusted either with himself or the umpire, one of the two. Rashuto to the wing. Wellman over Stevens. Crowd still finding voice. Ball out of play.
That kind of work again from Stevens. I mean, he got to the front spot. He led up. Wellman smothers him. Could have easily been a free kick, but he's just recalled about the physical strength of someone like Lucas to hold ground at centre forward when he gets in front. He just held his spot and brings the ball to ground, whereas Lucas gets shoved under it. And here he is. Well done. Led up to it. Read the flight of the ball.
Hurd with this double play after some brilliance at halfback, showing why his name is so revered. Over the top to Mark Johnson, and that is a gem of a goal from him.
If you're taking on a home improvement project and need to know what to do next, call the Mitre 10 advice line. Our qualified tradespeople can save you time and money by getting you back on the job fast. So for 10 out of 10 advice, call 13 63 10.
James Hurd.
Oh, nice step.
And the second effort as well, and then to find a target inside 50 to set the goal up. One of the greats of the competition.
Just the vision there. He understood what was happening before it actually took place, didn't he?
Salmon will try and palm it back to him. Biglands, Stengline. Rare takeaway in this term for the Crows. Wellman beaten by it. Over the top of it, not able to get the handball out. Stevens gets a free.
Just having a look at the fish jump there at that last bounce. He's just like a punching bag. He can't get off the ground.
John Cock, goal square, couldn't take the mark. Massey. Not sure what he was trying to do there. If Russia behind was his intention, he was successful.
It was the opportunity for the Brad Johnson hack out of the air for contender of goal of the year.
Fletcher has been driving them long from fullback. Goes with a half-distance pass to Blomfield. Precision perfect. Wide ball towards James Hurd, having a good last term. Inboard to Salmon, takes the mark. Some more poetry in slow motion. Lucas. High now to full forward. Mark Johnson couldn't take the mark. Carousels. Wobbly kick from him. Forward pocket, Barnard. Edwards. Back pocket for the Crows. Hacks it wide, maybe too wide. Free kick to Masiti.
I think Gary Ayres has got to act proactively here rather than wait until the pressure really comes to bear. James Hurd is the one getting them back into this match. Ben Hart's killed him all afternoon. Why not push him up onto James Hurd? Here he goes again.
10th possession, and we're only at the 8.5-minute mark of this quarter.
You got Ben Hart on Bolton. Bolton's a good young player, but he doesn't need somebody of Ben Hart's abilities to keep him out of it.
The lead is 30 points. This kick to cut it back to 24. He rides it across the face, James Hurd. And it has scraped in for a behind.
Inside 50s, 6 to Essendon this quarter. Adelaide only the 14 possessions to Adelaide, and Essendon have come up with 25, so they are just clearly winning the ball in the middle now.
Essendon still 5 goals from the lead.
Gone static, haven't they?
McLeod wide, Stengline in the shadows of the new grandstand here at Amy Stadium. At the lake end, from where the breeze is blowing, the right side of the ground to be attacking from. Wellman and Stevens again. Strength. Smart. Wobbly ball. Johncock. Inside 50. Welsh. Smart. Takes them all on. Bode. Good opportunity for him to find Dowdy. Or is it Laddams? It is Laddams.
Been very, very handy, Chris Laddams. Places a forward pocket, comes up and just, it's almost like he elects himself when to push up into the midfield. And he's had 20 possessions, brought the ball inside the forward 50 on 4 occasions, so he does get outside the forward line, and he's lining up for his second goal. His first one, a beauty on the run.
This to stop the Essendon run at Adelaide. Adelaide have not kicked a goal in this term still. We've played 11 minutes, final quarter, and the margin back out to 30 points. So perhaps 20-odd minutes to play. Fletcher, another long delivery from fullback with precision.
Great
Moorcroft, they peel for him. Mercedes. Blumfield, ball sat nicely. Space in front. 2 bounces.
Along to Salmon.
Drop punt. Salmon rises. And he is Essendon's greatest goal kicker on their list. Still has more than Matthew Lloyd. A chance to add another one to the collection. And this will bring it back to 24 points. Long preparation.
They're a great club, aren't they? I mean, they were dead. They were dead at 3/4 time, and Kevin Sheedy somehow has manufactured from a 47-point deficit and could have it back now to 24.
The skip, the run, the goal. Essendon still in it.
It was actually my father that gave me the idea and said, why don't you join the Navy? Well, I'm responsible for the daily operations and maintenance of a multi-million-dollar radar system and equipment, which is a pretty responsible job for a guy my age. We work hard, but when that ship pulls into a place like Thailand, which is an amazing place, you're free to do what you want. You know, there's not many jobs in this world that you can actually go to work for a week and then step foot out the door and you'll be in another country.
24 points the margin, 12.5 minutes to play. It's been done before, especially by teams that have got everything riding on it like the Bombers. Bode, half forward. Slick handball chain finds Johnson from 45. Goal!
Had the opportunity to go a lot closer. Elected to back himself in with his foot skills. And the direct opponent of James Hird. Now, James Hird has to roll the dice, doesn't he? You're 47 points down. He's got to go run to the ball. And James Hird there laid the tackle. And his opponent, who sat on the other side of the pack at the bounce down, he just runs forward. But he has to roll the dice. He can't play totally accountable football, James Hird. He has to roll the dice and try and win this for his team.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where he got committed to the tackle.
Yeah.
And he was the closest man. He tackled and just paid the price.
Everybody on one side of the circle.
Except for Rhett Biglands. This is amazing.
See who gets the takeaway. Johnson to McLeod. Peeling for him, Bickley. 55 out, chips toward Massey. Beats him. Spinning around Bode. Under it, waiting. Big commitment, Stevens. Bode gathers his own crumb. Burton, Johncock, Welsh tackles him, back to Burton, it's all over.
Look around your world, pretty baby, is it everything you hoped it'd be? Is there something wrong and you can't put your finger on it? Right time to roll to me.
Sophia gives you room to move.
Do you suffer from dandruff? Cedal Anti-Dandruff Medicated Foam is the one for you. It contains not half, not 1, but 2% zinc pyrithione, one of the most powerful and effective agents against dandruff. Use gentle Cedal Medicated Foam for dandruff-free hair.
3 goals to Brett Burton. Once again, he provides
40 for the season now for Brett Burton. Good target.
And not all of them goals from marks. Ball knocked out by Salmon to Hurd, slick handball, Peverill, Jason Johnson. Half forward, McGregor. He's a better centre-half back than Hill is a centre-half forward. Played that one well, got it to Bickley. Chip kicked the Steng line. Laddams started brilliantly. Long drop punt towards Burton, inside 50, Fletcher with him. Ball knocked clear. We'll get a ball in about 40 metres around from Adelaide's goal. 110 to 74. Essendon struggling a little.
Nobody in front of this boundary line throw-in. That's where it'll go.
Hurd, back pocket, hemmed in, corralled, caught by Johnson. Salmon.
Oh, the big fish, sleight of hand, brilliant.
Tricked them all. Bit of experience. Stengline, McLeod, Biglands, top of the goal square. John Cock waits under it, dumped through for another behind. So it looks as if South Australia will have 2 teams in the top 4 come September. And they might even play each other in their opening final like they will next week in the showdown. Moorcroft to Peverill. Through the corridor, long to full forward. McVeigh, one-on-one. Can't take the one-handed. Doughty played it well. Still plays it well. Smart to half. Couple of possessions for friends. Rishudo. The man they love to love. McGregor. Wide to Bickley. Another one of the heroes here at, well, I call it Football Park, even though it's changed its name, because they've been cheering him at Football Park for a long time now. Forced to Knight. Wide. And the boundary line beats both Rishudo and Peverill. Will get a ball in. Percentage won't be a factor for the Bombers. They have the draw. Now they'll probably either miss the 8 by half a game or make it by that margin. We'll get a ball up. Inside 10 minutes. Final term. Big pack around this ball up again. Barnard flies high. Knocks down. McVeigh couldn't trap it. And once again the umpire will sort it out with much of the sting now out of the contest. If you can call it that. Major possession winners. Peverill was leading Bickley. Surged past. James Hurd is up there as well, but mainly because the first 15 minutes of this final term, which is now 18 minutes old, was sensational from the Bomber captain. Ball up. Umpire doesn't find a free in the middle of it all. Kevin Sheedy, assisted by a number of men, including ex-Crow coach Robert Shaw. Ball up. Biglands rakes it down. Handball wide from Doughty. Rishudo. Laddams. Hard. Towards the wing. McLeod. Difficulty here for him. Has a couple to beat. Can't beat them both. Lucas and Forster Knight raffled it. And Forster Knight from the wing. To half forward. McVeigh. Getting back Stengline. Well played. Just a handball out to Crowell. Arches his back, which is normally arched. Gets it to Stevens. Massey. Johnson. Burton free. Half forward. They find him. Too far out to score. The runner comes to full forward. Burton goes short. McLeod. Andy McLeod may be within range. You can let this sail. Just put it up and let it ride. He hasn't got a big run up though, so
24th possession coming up for him.
Indications are he might pass. He chips it.
Oh, the Roo.
And the Roo gets there. and he deserves to be rewarded.
He actually, the way he leads from full forward is excellent. He plays from the goal square as a leading forward, that is, as good as any full forward in the game. But, I mean, he's such a jack of all trades. And, gee, he put some tackles and pressure on in the middle, and he's such a good midfielder as well. But he's a 70-goal full forward, Mark Rasciuto, if he stayed at home there.
And if they are to win the flag, maybe they'll look back to his last quarter against Geelong. Won the game for them, and now momentum with them as September approaches. Big game here next week, though. Power v Crows. Don't look for a ticket. Rasciuto drives it through. Please, no worries. He's a champion.
And he's going to run straight to the ground. LaRue, he knows the job is done. And they have grabbed another 4 points. Magnificent game by Mark Rasciuto and a great goal indeed. This is one of the most unbelievable centre clearances, just going back a couple. Salmon is going to hit the ball to that spot. Hurd knows it's going to go to that spot and gets away from his tagger Johnson by a circuitous route and still comes up with it.
You talk about losing him in traffic.
It's as good as I've seen for a while, that one.
He knew where he was going too, didn't he? And you knew that because you saw it, he had the binoculars on him, and they were nutting it out for about 30 seconds before it took place.
Well, it's all about the ruckman being able to hit it to where he says. If he can do that, well, then you've got a flying start. And Rhett Biglands has done it magnificently today.
McGregor spins around inside 50. Anthony Mithen down on the boundary line. We'll find out whether Mark Rasciuto has an injury. Ball hacked outside 50, almost into the centre square. Bickley and Salmon. Now McLeod. Piece of magic from him. Breaks the ball free. Massey, Stengline. Back to McGregor. Inside 50, and Bickling's rewarded. And his game might even see him in the votes.
Oh. You want to do him?
I don't want to preempt anything, Dermot. Far be it for me to tell you who's been good and who hasn't.
Don't you start as well.
If they're not in, it'll get a mention.
11th possession to him, 4 grabs, and that statistic, though, hits to advantage, tap-outs to advantage, has been extraordinary.
So I respect your analysis, Dermot. Your Dermotology normally on the mark. Biglands misses.
Backhander.
Only a behind.
Dermatology's a rash of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not sure. You're also an eye doctor, aren't you? From what I've been told. Ball to the outer side. Out of play, we'll get a ball in.
Game must be one-sided.
Mark Stevens has taken 10 marks for the game.
Mitho, a change on the boundary line.
Yes, McLeod off and Sure on. McLeod's done his job today. Rasciuto has gone down to the rooms with the doctor. He was stretching out a hamstring. No urgency in it. I think they just wanted to check him out and see where the tightness was coming from. I don't think it was his intention to come off straight after he kicked that goal. Just felt tight afterwards, as we see Paul Salmon leaving the ground under the blood rule. I'll let you guys be the judge of where the blood's coming from this time.
We can't see any, and well, you really are a qualified physiotherapist, Gerard. And that hamstring injury, was that a strain or was that a cramp?
Well, to be honest, I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
It was on replay, mate. Adelaide hasn't won 5 games in a row since round 7 to 11 in 1997. This is their 5th win in a row today, and we know who won the comp in 97.
Ball back into play. Biglands and Hill. Laddams close to the boundary line. Joe Mercedes assists him across the line and not into the advertising hoarding. Salmon bleeding from the nostrils. Michael Long on screen, giving the PK a workout. Bickley giving the ball a workout. Johnson, Stengline, Sure. Out of bounds on the full. No free kick. Jacobs to take it from the back pocket for the Bombers. Sure started on the bench for the Adelaide Crows. Getting some game time now, but it's junk time, really.
He'll go in favourites next week, Dermot. Port Adelaide or the Crows?
Yeah, I think on the current form, you've got to go for the Crows. They're playing a game that's a little bit like Brisbane's. They're such a hard tackling team that's designed to break down running teams, which Port Adelaide are out of their back line.
couple of injuries to Port Adelaide as well. Means their rebound out of defence is down a bit.
Yes, and Roger James, the video scrutineers will have a look at him. McVeigh to full forward. Mark Johnson, almost the mark. Smart. Sure. Half. And speaking of run out of defence, it's something Adelaide has got. John Cock. Johnson. John Cock tackled behind play after he gave the handball out. Johnson gives it back to him anyway, and that's arrogance and skillful. Laddams. Inside 50. Binky's on his own. The big Lebowski.
Well, Essendon currently at the moment, we'll wait on this kick in.
They have got men peeling off everywhere. McGregor.
Essendon on this fourth quarter effort only, they would have just set themselves a target to win this quarter. They're 4 points ahead at the moment just on this last quarter score. They've only won 4 last quarters for the year, 3 last quarters for the year. This is hoping to be their 4th. They're a dreadful finishing team this season, Essendon. And the latter half of last year they were as well. Gee, they came out with guns blazing after 3-quarter time.
But couldn't sustain it. McGregor. Just for a bit of icing on the cake, and kicks across the face. Another behind. And that went against the trend of the breeze. Fletcher to kick in from full-back. And the Adelaide Crows push their zone back a little, given that Fletcher has been going long. 118 plays 74. Dying stages. Fletcher goes short because the zone did open up. Moorcroft to Fletcher. Oh, it's dangerous. Masidi. John Cock almost shuts him down. Lucas. Caught by Massey. That's ball. Play on to advantage. Handball to Stevens. He deserves one. He puts the icing on. He's kicked 3.
And that's got to have sewn up the 3 votes, I would have thought.
Yeah, you'd think he'd go pretty close now, wouldn't you? But look, he did the tireless work there. Scotty Lucas. You know what actually is disappointing there about that attempt out of defence by Essendon? There's 4 Essendon players who shared that. There was only 3 Adelaide forwards chasing them. And the 3 beat the 4.
Well, you've been pretty impressed with this game all afternoon. There's been so many midfielders contribute. Some haven't had their best day, like a Matthew Bowe, but he's still put in. Stengwein's been outstanding. Their defence has been unbelievable today. The Adelaide Crows with Smart and Hurd taking out 2 high-profile players.
It's becoming a blowout. 50 points the margin. Crowell, halfback. Even he with some confidence to bounce. Edwards from the wing. Rolling ball, clean ball, Barnard. Adelaide Crows seem to have men spare everywhere. Johnson to Biglands. He can run inside 50. Drop pass toward goal, in fact, towards the boundary umpire, more so.
That last handball was Bickley's 31st possession. And he's considering retirement at the end of the year.
Wellman to Fletcher. Long towards the wing. Howell at bounce for Blumfield. Chasing him, John Cock. Chased him a little too hard, nearly overran him and the ball. Traps it. Now the Adelaide Crows are loose bound the rebound. Untidy from Wellman. Free kick Stevens. I think both teams will be happy to hear the siren right now. Adelaide Crows have spent most of their pennies, which, if you're a coach, you want your team to do. John Cock, 60 from goal. Sits it up for the lead of Burton, who flies. Hill knocked it down. Sure. Kick toward goal across the face. Jacobs bounces the back pocket. Binky comes at him. Mark Johnson a race with Edwards. Gets there. Held up, as Essendon so often have been this afternoon. Peverill peels off. The 2-11s. Peverill and Doughty. Rolling ball. Smart. Maybe a free kick against Lloyd. Umpire said no. Hurd to Barnard to full forward. Ball tied up. Umpire will sort it out for the bounce. Just 20 metres out from Essendon's goal, and Kevin Sheedy has been on the phone the whole afternoon.
It's going to be a great game next week. Essendon versus Collingwood. Both sides losers. For Collingwood, they've just desperately got to get a victory if they're to get that top 4 position. And, well, I guess there'll be still a minor window for Essendon. They've got to win
Hill to Mercedes. Consolation prize, perhaps? No. They're behind.
Brings the margin into 49 points now. And Adelaide's biggest winning margin for the season has been 56 points. So they're only just a tiny bit now shy, 1 goal shy of their largest winning margin for the year.
Hart wide. Oh, that's almost mark of the day.
Edwards. Degree of difficulty by himself. He's kicked a couple of goals, Tyson, and racked up 25 possessions. And there's going to be a lot of good players miss out on getting individual accolades from votes and all that sort of stuff. But this is the team performance that Gary Ayres has been honing over the last couple of months. They really have just improved. Stengline to Crow, went wide to Clark, and things just haven't gone right for Matthew Clark this afternoon. Party trick.
Beautiful balance. Lucas off, Carousella on. You'll get it here.
Back of the pack, Edwards gets it. Bickley. First to recover. Handballs up. Laddams kicks to air. Wayne Carey might be next year. Off hand centre half forward, Binky. Also there, Jacobs. Kept it in for a long time. Fletcher, Welsh. Wide to Wellman, half back flank. No spice whatsoever in this game at the moment. Inside the last minute, wide to Peveril. Bolton. Held up on the wing. Long, McVeigh. One-hander, rakes it in. Must be a bit of magic about that spot on the ground at the moment. It's exactly where Edwards marked about a minute and a half ago. Being held. Nice control. He'll be wallpapering over some rather large cracks if he goes here for the Bombers with just seconds left on the clock. He doesn't. And the cracks will be there for all to see. They might even miss the 8 now, the Bombers. Who would have thought? 124 to 76. Smart says long. Wobbly kick. Almost isn't. It is now. A comprehensive victory for the Adelaide Crows. They are top 4 now. And they are a massive chance to be the biggest threat to the Brisbane Lions come September. Gary Ayres under pressure to retain his job as coach of this outfit. Surely we'll get some figures put on paper now.
As soon as we've come up in the media and said they refused to sign Gary Ayres, he's won 5 on end. There he is, a man known as Big Garfield.
Well, it could well be the most exciting time of his coaching career coming up. There's no doubt that this side is, they can keep them all injury-free, and just a smart worry there. McLeod had a ice pack on his groin, but he'll be certainly there for the showdown. But if they can just keep everybody fresh and healthy, Dermot, they're in for a very long and sustained September, you would think.
Yeah, all of Adelaide's 6 victories over Essendon have been played at Amy Stadium here, including today. And just one for the trivia buffs on Essendon's last quarters. Adelaide won the last quarter by 1 point. Let's go down to Anthony Mithen, who has the former captain, the little champ himself, Mark Bickley.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. What a game you played, Mark. And intensity levels early were just fierce at the ball and the man.
Yeah, that's right. I think probably Essendon have been regarded as a team that really does get at you with pressure, and we played them in round 4, I think, and they really did maul us. So today we were just hoping that we could put them under pressure and when the ball spilled out, make them play.
A lot of people talk about Brisbane's midfield, but let me run through the names. Rashudo, McLeod, Bo, Johnson, yourself and Goodwin. It's pretty good at the top there.
It is, you know, and Goody we lost very early today, and he's been in great form. So you know, it's been great. Blokes like Bodie and Doherty and Laddams, they've been stepping up all year, and just does take the pressure off the big stars like Rashudo and McLeod.
And everyone's thought that the forward line might be your nemesis this season, but blokes have stood up. Mark Stevens today, what an effort.
Yeah, Steve-O's just been fantastic all year, and we've got some really good crummers up there, and if him and Brett Burton give us a contest, we do pretty well on the ground normally. So now we're looking forward to Scott Welsh coming back. He's probably another guy who can add to that. So it's been pretty good all year.
Yeah, let's see if we can't get a news story. You've 30-plus possessions. You've got to go on next year, don't you?
Yeah, look, I've said the whole way, we'll just see what happens at the end of the year. But no, it's been good, and hopefully we'll tackle that at the end of the year when we see where we finish up. We've got some business to do, and we're hoping to have a big say in September.
Showdown next week might just tip you over the edge. The excitement levels, well, if they had a roof, it'd be coming off here at Amy Stadium. Yeah,
and it's good for us. You know, we're going into the game with a bit of form behind us, so and probably with a near full-strength team, we probably haven't done that for too long, so we're coming good at the right time.
Good on you. Thanks, Biggs. Go and enjoy the win.
Mark Bickley there with Anthony Mithin asking the question, will he go on again? And you can just see he's a little bit over that question at the moment. He had another great game, Jared Healy.
He did. He's been an outstanding player for the Adelaide Crows, dual premiership captain, of course, and he knows better than most that this side is capable of going all the way. They've just got to get it all together. You look at a few of the names, Dermot, you've got two comparisons. Essendon, who's had a couple of guys that haven't developed, a couple of guys with sustained injuries, and a couple missing with reconstructions. I'll talk about Solomon. And the Adelaide Crows, who have got second wins from Smart and Bickley. They've had Rhett Biglan's, one of the most improved players, come through. Mark Stevens has stepped up. Laddams has stepped up. Crowell in defence has been outstanding. Binky and McGregor just doing jobs, but doing them week in, week out. Matthew Bode has been a really important pickup for them. Chris Massey also a player that they've picked up and performing over and above expectation, and that's been the difference. The stars have always produced. Goodwin, McLeod, Rashudo, etc. They have always just given it their best, but the support players, they're the ones that are turning this side into a potential final, well, they're going to be finalists, but a potential premiership side.
Hard-working team, aren't they? I mean, the tackle statistic, it's the most negative thing to do, trait to commit to in league football, in any form of football. Ben Hart there, another great game, saying good on you to the fans for turning out and supporting. But the tackle stat, they blew them out of the water in the first quarter. They ended up with 54 tackles for the game, Adelaide. Essendon clawed their way back in, but they did have to chase tail a fair bit of the time. They ended up with 41, but the tacklers, you look at those blokes, McLeod 7, who can get to the drop of the ball. Bode had 7, he's a hard-working little nut, and Stenglein, who had the job on Jason Johnson, and what a task he had today, and took it up to him.
He did. He took him out of the game, one of the best midfielders in the competition for the last few years, and Stenglein took him out and played particularly well. But let's go down and listen to the Roo.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings. Well, there it is, a 48-point win to the Adelaide Crows. 18-16, 124. Essendon 11-10, 76. Simon Goodwin on the crutches there in screen. We'll find out more about him during the week. But we'll say goodbye now to our Southern State viewers who will go to the treat of being picking up the St Kilda and Geelong game at Colonial Stadium. 48-point win to the Adelaide Crows.
On McLeod's Daughters, you've seen drama.
You've seen the countryside.
But this Wednesday...
I want me to get my gear off. You'll see a side you've never seen before.
Nice. In front of the whole town.
Very nice. I don't know, Alex. Come on, he won't say no if you ask him.
No.
I promise I won't look.
It's the full Monty.
Be proud, boys. Country style. All is revealed on McLeod's Daughters, 7:30 Wednesday on 9.
I am your king, and I am offering you safe passage. Do you hear me?
Awfully sorry, sir, but there's no one else up here.
Looking for extras? Then try McDonald's McValue Meal $1 Extras. It's value with extras.
These days, driving screws is as easy as drilling. The real hassle is switching between bits. Have a look at this. The second generation Black & Decker Firestorm with Quick Connect removable chuck snaps on and off with just one click. 2-speed gearbox, 32-stage torque control, and a state of charge indicator. You're going to love the second generation Firestorm drill from Black & Decker.
On September 12, Adelaide will join the great business capitals of the world to celebrate success, to salute a select group of people whose vision places them apart from the crowd, whose determination has created opportunities for many others. The Australian Entrepreneur of the Year. And you are invited to be part of it. After all, success breeds success.
Exposure. Lots to see.
Lots to buy.
Lots of bargains.
Lots of fun for the family. Cameras, digital, film, video, photography and multimedia. Zoom into Exposure. Royal Adelaide Showgrounds, August 17 and 18.
This Daffodil Day. Daffodil Day, proudly supported by media sponsors Zammel's Jewelers.
Love can get you into all sorts of trouble, but this time's a killer.
This is the guy I was working undercover on.
On Young Lions, a crime boss is dead.
You're a liar. You caused this. You're in love with her, aren't you?
$2 million is missing.
Did you take the money or not?
And all of a sudden, your friends desert you.
There's a witness. Saw you threaten the guy 2 hours before he was killed.
How could you keep this stuff to yourself?
John Waters joins Young Lions.
Things okay with you?
Yeah, pretty good.
8:30 Wednesday on 9.
Who the hell are you?
Inspector Luke Harris.
9:30 Tuesday.
And you are?
Stingers returns.
Technically, this unit's been disbanded.
New faces.
Excuse me?
Yeah, keep up the good work. You'll have a cop killer back on the street.
New attitude.
This isn't a reorganisation. This is a raid.
A whole new series.
We're starting with a blank sheet of paper. Now, you can fight against that. That's up to you.
Rebecca Gibney, Gary Sweet and Jacinta Stapleton. The all-new Stingers returns 9:30 Tuesday on 9.
.8 lead, or win here to the Adelaide Crows over the Essendon Football Club, Jared Healy. 11-10-76 to Adelaide's 18-16-1-24. Big score in the end.
It was an emphatic victory, and Brett Burton, well, 3 goals, 3 means he's getting plenty of the footy. Stevens was a star, so was John Cock in the finish. Rhett Bigland's returned one of his best ever games for the Crows. Tyson Edwards keeps getting better, and on the other side, that's their problem. They just couldn't find a multiple goal scorer. Gary Moorcroft getting 2 second-half goals.
Absolutely. Well, there was the all-important ladder takes its shape after round 19 today, and the Bombers, who would have thought round 1 this season, unlucky not to win a premiership last year, well, they're sitting outside the 8 on half a game, and they have got a tough run.
Oh, it's a huge game next week for them against the Magpies, now half a game outside of the final 8. They would have to, Dermot, I think, win their remaining 3 games if they were to be guaranteed a premiership spot. That would give them 12.5 victories with a poor percentage. I think they're going to need every one of those to squeeze in.
Only 2 other games in progress, and Adelaide have that, well, they've secured third spot now for the time being. Let's have a look at the run home for the Crows as they approach the finals.
Big game next week. That'll be an absolute beauty. Then the Tigers, that's here at Amy Stadium, so they go in favourite then. A tough one. 2 years in a row now, their final round has been over at Subiaco. And for the Bombers, similar circumstances. They've got Collingwood a must-win, Freo at Colonial Stadium and Carlton at the MCG.
There you have it. Well, a big day here to the Adelaide Crows. Gary Ayres will be very happy with the way the boys performed. A 48-point win to the Adelaide Crows. Good afternoon, Jared Healy. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you again.
AFL Premiership Season 2002, brought to you by its premier partner, Carlton and United Breweries. And our telecast sponsors, Holden Retailers, Duracell, Pizza Hut, Primus Telecom, delivering the real value of communication, and the Navy, Army and Air Force.
Hold your breath, Australia. The Pan Pacific Championships coming soon to 9.
They're the game show hosts that have always had the right questions, but now they'll need all the right answers. Monday in a television first, Millionaires Battle of the Game Show hosts.
All right, team, here we go.
With Tony Barber.
What is my name?
Frank Evans.
You guys do look like the perfect match.
Ugly Dave Gray. John Burgess.
That's the name of the game.
And Ian Tubby. Now the tables have turned.
Good old switcheroo.
A 2-hour special Millionaires Battle of the Game Show hosts, 8:30 Monday on 9.
Tuesday on an all-new Smallville.
Nobody likes me. Why should they? I'm a cow.
Keeping up appearances.
From now on, no more food, just this.
You look...
Dinner?
And maintaining the body beautiful.
It's like she lost that weight overnight. Like what you see.
Can become an insatiable craving.
It's like it's been liposuctioned to death.
What do you think it is, Chloe? Some fat-sucking vampire in town?
The all-new drama storming across Australia.
You all right?
I'm just a little hungry.
Smallville, 7:30 Tuesday on 9.
Yeah, Ron, I know this news break is brought to you by Bank SA Business Banking Online. That's not the problem.
Good afternoon. The government hopes to extend shop trading hours. It'll introduce legislation to allow suburban shops to stay open until 9 p.m. on weeknights. But not everyone's happy. Retailers say they should have the power to set their own hours, not the government. The Democrats have been meeting in Adelaide again today to discuss the future of Rebel Senator Andrew Murray. He's expected to meet with leader Natasha Stott-Despoja tomorrow. And Leighton Hewitt is through to the final of the Cincinnati Masters. He'll meet Spain's Carlos Moya. More news soon.
More Australians get their news from Channel 9 than from any other source.
ADHD and out of control.
Emma and Kyle are not naughty, they just can't help what they're doing.
Now the drug-free breakthrough giving desperate families real hope.
Their behaviour will change and they can go off the drugs.
Plus,
we just want equality.
Gender wars.
We are powerless. We're just walking wallops.
Angry men fighting back, claiming they get a raw deal.
I really think these guys are whack-up.
Nissan presents a current affair Monday. It's the newest game in the world.
Let's play Bamboozle.
What?
And it'll get you hooked.
This is the best game ever!
See it for yourself. All new friends Monday on 9.
Monday, trouble is their middle name.
We didn't do anything! No! You idiot!
And where do you think they got that from?
These your boys? Yes, sir, that they are.
No! Get to the door!
Malcolm in the Middle, 8 o'clock Monday on Channel 9.
AFL Premiership Season 2002, brought to you by its premier partner, Carlton and United Breweries. And our telecast sponsors, Brewery Fresh Carlton Draft, Duracell, Amy, Primus Telecom, delivering the real value of communication, and the Navy, Army and Air Force.
Good afternoon, everyone, as we continue AFL football, Sunday AFL football on Nine's Wide World of Sport. Shortly, we'll be crossing live to Colonial Stadium for the big game between Geelong and St Kilda. But before we do that, let's take a look at that magnificent scoreboard after Adelaide gave Essendon an absolute hiding today at Amy Stadium. Just the 12 points in it at quarter time. Adelaide had a lot of the football in the second term, but really couldn't capitalise. They went in at the major break with a 14-point lead, then they really broke away. 14-11 to 7-6, a 47-point lead at three-quarter time. In the final term, well, they won the final term by a point, and in the end they got up by 48 points. A magnificent effort, and that has secured third position on the AFL ladder. Well, the best big man on the ground was Rhett Biglands, and he had a chat with Anthony Mithen.
Well, congratulations on your game today, Rhett. The boys up in the box were super impressed with your game. You've disposed of one big ruckman, but another one looms next week in Matty Primus.
Yeah, there's always a tough challenge in the ruck. There's a lot of quality ruckmen going around, and the big fish is no exception, and Hill as well. They're pretty good competitors, so it was a tough day, and struggling to hold my breath at the moment.
No, you're talking pretty well, doing a good job. And the midfield dominance today, it was so tangible for us looking in. Did you feel that you were on top in the midfield all day?
Well, when they kick a few goals, we'd go man on man, and they got a bit of a run on there in that last term, but I think we've got a pretty good on-ball brigade, and if you give them first look at it, they never let you down. They've got sure hands, and their handball's obviously pretty clever as well, and pretty skillful.
You're starting to prove a few of the doubters wrong, aren't you?
That's what we're aiming for. We knew that Essendon didn't rate us and haven't rated us for a few years, so we had a point to prove to them, and yeah, there's a few people around the place who still don't rate us, so we've still got a lot more work to do.
We'll go and prove it to half of the locals next week against the Power. Good on you, Rhett.
Thanks very much.
Rhett Biglands enjoying a great second half of the season, and next week is certainly going to be a blockbuster. Showdown 12, it will be an absolute beauty, and I get a feeling that the record crowd at Amy Stadium will be broken for Showdown 12. Well, it's been a big round of football, round 19. Let's take a look at some of the results as we go back to Friday night, where Hawthorn caused an upset over Collingwood. In the end, it was 15-15 to Collingwood, 14-13, an 8-point margin where Hawthorn had to come from behind. Saturday at Optus Oval, Port Adelaide in a very scrappy affair. They did what they had to do, and they got over the line in very blustery conditions by 9 points. The Dockers, well, their travelling woes continue, going down to Richmond, who have revitalised themselves in recent weeks, 122 to 72. A 50-point margin there. And last night at the Gabba, a lot of people thought maybe the Bulldogs could cause an upset as they strive to get in the top 8, but they went down to the #1 side in the competition, 105 to 67. And the Kangaroos went into this game as red-hot favourites. It was a home game for the Kangaroos at the SCG, but the Swannies kicked 10 goals in the final term, and they ran home victors by 47 points. So it truly has been an amazing round of football, that is round 19. Only 3 rounds remaining, so we're about to have a look at the draw for a number of the sides, especially Adelaide and Port Adelaide, because they're the 2 sides that we care about the most. Now, next week, as I mentioned, round 20 is the Showdown. Showdown 12, Port Adelaide taking on Adelaide at Amy Stadium. It is a Port Adelaide home game. Hard to say who'll go in favourite for this one. Looks like Adelaide may have lost Simon Goodwin with an ankle injury. Port Adelaide will be without Nick Stevens. It is going to be, it gets used a lot, but it's going to be a blockbuster. It will be a ripper. And of course, at Amy Stadium the following week, Adelaide take on Richmond, who have improved in recent weeks, so that won't be an easy game. And we can all remember last year when Adelaide went in as red-hot favourites against Fremantle at Subiaco, but lost, so Adelaide will be very careful with that game. Round 20 for Port Adelaide, as we said, that's the Showdown. Round 21, they take on West Coast at Subiaco. That will not be easy. And the final game is at Amy Stadium against Brisbane. And that could be 1 versus 2. So a great round of football. Let's cross live now to Colonial Stadium. Geelong taking on St Kilda.
Stadium sees Geelong 11-1-67, 26 points in front of the Saints, 6 goals, 5-41. Stephen Johnson, the leading goal scorer on the ground with 3. Kent Kingsley and Cameron Mooney, the only 2 players with multiple goals, 2 each. Big game here at Colonial. There are 2 other games in progress around the country at the moment. One has been played and decided over at Football Park, and it was Adelaide against Essendon. Impressive. It was tied up to half-time, 10 goals to 5 after the half. Sees Adelaide firmly entrenched in the top 4 on the AFL ladder. They sit currently in 3rd position with 13 wins for the season, and that is a magnificent performance from their coach, Gary Ayres, and he joined Anthony Mithen after the game.
It's a level playing field all over the ground for you, isn't it? Your midfield, you've got players you can rotate through there. Your defence is standing up week after week, and you're producing forwards that can kick goals.
Yeah, well, it's important. I think what we're doing at the moment is we're probably taking some of the heat off our bigger players or bigger name players, and that's, you know, the likes of Bode and Laddams and Crowell and McGregor and Doherty, I thought, was very good in the back half today. So Biglands, you know, are starting to obviously get a bit of confidence in the ruck. So all those things, I think, again, can share the load much better than perhaps we've been in a position before where we've just actually, you know, asked McLeods and Rashudos and Goodwins and Bickleys to do it week in, week out.
Well, you might have to do next week against the Power without Goodwin. By the look of things, his ankle looked a bit nasty.
Yeah, but he heard it a number of weeks ago against Melbourne, and really he came up the next week and didn't miss a beat. So, you know, and the way Simon plays and the way he prepares himself is extremely professional. So, yeah, I reckon he'd be a pretty good chance to come up personally.
And Rashudo was okay, a bit tight in the hammy?
Yeah, he was just a bit sore in the hamstring, but, you know, I think Roo wouldn't want to miss the showdown game next week.
I don't think anyone will. We'll all be staying tuned for that one next Sunday. Good on you. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Lucky Charm.
Gary Ayres, the coach, Adelaide Crows, nominated by Rod Newd this morning on the Sunday Footy Show as the biggest threat to the Brisbane Lions. That was an interesting comment. They are going very nicely indeed. There is one more game still to be played. It is over at Subiaco, West Coast versus Melbourne. Sit back and enjoy the first half highlights.
Away we go. Round 19 rolls on. Gardner goes high and slaps it down. Ward charges in. It's Bills to Cousins. Cousins away quickly. Probing kick inside the 50. Bounces awkwardly for Lamb. Taken by Lynch. This could be a fairy tale start. Boundary thrown in the pocket. Neats hooks it down behind cleverly. Powell onto it. Was he taken high? Yep. Yes, he was, according to the umpire. Tends to kick a high ball. No breeze to fear. That's a high ball. Straight through the middle.
White got the tap. Only as far as Banfield. Handball to Fletcher. Releases Peter Matera. He runs to 30 metres out and pops it through.
He's 75 metres out, settles, goes for distance, hangs a long time in the air. At the back, Williams a half chance. Kerr snaps. And I tell you what, that's a wonderful effort.
Now they're under pressure. Here's Judd. Wants to use his leg speed. Handball inside to Pryor. Back to Judd, who just kept running. White looks to corral him, gives it to Weirpunda. He wants to run around Bizzle. Chips over the top to Sierakowski. He plays on. Judd kept running. Right running, Chris Judd. Goes to 20 metres out. Kick the goal, and he does. Great goal, Chris Judd.
And here are the progressive scores still in the second quarter over there. And the Demons have hit the front, 8-4-52. West Coast 6-4-40. No Melbourne side travelled to Western Australia to win. Melbourne, of course, broke the Brisbane Lions run up there at the Gabba. They are good travellers, very much in the ball game. We'll take a break here at Colonial Stadium and be back with the second half. St Kilda versus Geelong, AFL Sunday.
They're the game show hosts that have always had the right questions, but now they'll need all the right answers. Monty and a television first, Millionaires Battle of the Game Show hosts.
All right, team, here we go.
With Tony Barber.
What is my name?
Greg Evans.
You guys do look like the perfect match.
Ugly Dave Gray. John Burgess.
That's the name of the game.
And Ian Tuppy. Now the tables have turned.
Good old switcheroo.
A 2-hour special, Millionaires Battle of the Game Show hosts, 8:30 Monday on 9.
If you want to watch the footy on a huge 80cm LG TV with a surround sound DVD stereo system like this, call me now on 131166. And every time you order delivery, you're in with a chance to win one of 50. Be quick!
Paul Simpson didn't expect this. But what was totally unexpected...
Good afternoon. Welcome to Amy.
Oh, you're a real person. At Amy, you'll speak to a real person, not a computer.
Today's world needs the long life power of Duracell. Long life means more flashes. Long life means more to enjoy. And now, Duracell and the Footy Show are giving you the chance to win 2 10-year long life memberships of your favourite footy club. Call the number on your screen now to register. Lines close midnight Monday, and winners will be announced on Thursday's Footy Show. Duracell, the long life battery that lasts and lasts and lasts.
You say the sky
The sky's in love with you.
The limited edition Statesman International. Only the best.
Who looks at you the way I do?
During the Sydney to Hobart, I was a helicopter pilot flying Seahawks with the Navy. At night, under bad conditions, we managed to rescue 2 survivors from the Winston Churchill. Probably the best thing was when I received a letter from one of the wives. It described to me how he wasn't just a survivor, he was a husband, father, family man. Rewards like that, you just can't buy.
Coming September 2 on 9.
What company is this? Company!
Experience an unparalleled television event, unlike anything you've ever seen.
These men have been through the toughest training the Army has to offer. Hooray!
From Academy Award winners Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg comes an epic saga of conflict, courage, and sacrifice.
I lost a man today. Not even old enough to buy a beer.
And a fight against tyranny that will live forever.
I'm ready to face that. And every one of us had better be too.
The award-winning story based on actual events.
Just weapons and ammo. Let's go. Get out of there.
Civilized place for civilized men.
Band of Brothers premieres September 2 on 9.
This phone number could change your life. 1902 553 613. Phone now for your chance to be a lucky home viewer on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's Battle of the Game Show hosts. 8:30 Monday on 9.
I got in the rooms. Robert Harvey was moving around the boys, trying to give them some encouragement. But apparently Grant Thomas went off his brain in the box. They could only find 6 pair of screw-in boots and only 1 player changed them. So they're in a bit of trouble with the screw-ins and the moulded stock.
Yeah, well, certainly no trouble, though, from Geelong, because they were wearing the screw-ins and no one's been slipping around, and consequently no injuries. A couple of blood rules, but both benches still all fit.
Robbo, what do you mean that they could only find 6 pairs of screw-ins?
Well, they were ordered to get screw-in boots, and they went around to try and find them. They weren't there. You'd think the modern-day player would look after their footwear, wouldn't you?
The one piece of equipment.
King takes them on by foot. I'm stunned, absolutely stunned that a footballer would not have...
Just as well they don't have to bring the footy.
One of each type of boot, either in his bag or instructing the boot man to bring them forward. That is unbelievable news that Michael Roberts has put forward. The Cats, in the meantime, in front by 26 points as we enter this third quarter. Kingsley, Hutchton, Jones at ground level, got it all in front of him. Support from Peckett if he needs it. A nice drawing handball over the top. Allows Peckett to run and deliver. Hamill flies marks. He can play on as well. Umpire said you've gone off your line now. Too high for Everett. Graham popped it up, went and got it again. Kick out of the pack. Now the Cats. Can they damage and hurt through the middle? Chapman shrugs the tackle. They need to be direct. King. The stand and deliver. Kingsley on the lead. Hutchton will be there. Kingsley, nice mark. Centre half forward.
It's not as if there was much talk about the ground coming into the match either. Kelly on the lead takes the mark.
Well, the job for Michael Roberts is to follow up on that and find out if it was a boot stutter's mistake, because I would say 90% of players now leave the boots in the hands of the boot stutter, and they generally bring the boots along. So, Robbo, that is the job for you. In the meantime, a couple of mistakes up St Kilda's end, and the ball down the other end for a shot at goal.
And I reckon on that, Gary, though, the players are crazy to leave it to somebody else.
Oh, yes.
It's their tool in trade, and they've got to get it right.
Got to put something in the bag to work in the goal. Kelly gets his second. It's a great start for the Cats, third turn.
If you call me right now on 131166, you can have 2 large pizzas and our new wedges with sour cream and sweet chili sauce for just $19.90 plus delivery fee. So pick up the phone and call me now.
Paul Simpson didn't expect this, but what was totally unexpected, Amy recognises good drivers. So if you've been on rating 1 for the last 3 years, you keep it for life.
Okay. 32-point lead to the Cats. Timely goal, the opening moments of this third quarter. Yes, we will continue the great boot debate when we get a chance.
We are confused up here.
Hayes, we are indeed. Moyle, a right boot around the corner. Garrick on the charge, got the bad bounce over the top, Everett. Wheels around on the left, centering ball. Found his man in Moyle. Chapman. I'm in full agreement with Rodney Eade on this one. You must be responsible for your own attire, surely. Kick is wide. Rewald on the charge. Could not mark at the back. Milne. Fight off the handball. Jones just went to one hand. Didn't get the body behind it. Thompson, the tackler. Enright. Johnson, a chance. Cripps met. Burns. Ball up.
A couple of unrewarded tackles there. We'll like that. Another one. The handball from Milne was just a bit too hot for Aussie Jones to try and bring it in. There with the boots. I mean, that's what boot starters are there for, Brian. They're paid to do that, to bring the boots along.
Gary, a carpenter, when he turns up at a job to build a house, always brings his own hammer. He doesn't rely on the apprentice.
Yeah, he wouldn't if he had a hammer starter.
The boot starter's got the hammer, hasn't he? Anyway, here's Aussie Jones. Beautiful. He's doing party tricks. Stevie Lawrence. Magnificent mark, and this is a big kick for the Saints. Look at this again. One. And then right at the back he goes. Beautiful stuff.
That is a beauty.
Deserves the goal, but he's going to give it up to Spider Everett from 55. Spider comes in and kicks the point.
Obviously there, Stephen Lawrence didn't think he could make the distance. I think there was a shot earlier in the day where he just popped it up and only kicked maybe the sore leg.
And it's a great mark, but I mean, he handballed to Spider. Spider was heading onto his right foot when he handballed it. I mean, if Spider had to work his way back around onto his left foot, then, you know, it was a good play.
Graham, ball back into play once again. King, the intended target. Off hands, Black at the back. Chapman closes him down. Forces a pressure handball to Moyle. Ball did cross the line, and we'll have a boundary throw in. Dr. Peter Larkins at ground level.
Yeah, Stevie Lawrence always nervous about his hamstrings, particularly the right hamstring, Brian, so nurses it on the big kicks, and we saw him feed off to Spider for the long shot at goal.
Very good point indeed. Dr. Peter Larkins on the ball down there. Everett. Black. They fly. Rewalt. Just read it better than anyone else.
He's gone into defence. Rewalt and Gehrig has gone up forward for the Saints.
Switch of play complete now with Thompson. He was looking to get down the corridor, but this is where they go too wide. They need to straighten up once the switch of play is complete. Peckett, Hamill, Harley, soccer off ground. Wolf, boundary line. Forward pocket for the Saints.
What you find too is Thompson's gone on to young Steve Johnson, and Steve Johnson was smart enough to try and drag him back to the goal square, because obviously they don't want Thompson way back behind the play, and here goes Stephen Johnson now back to the goal square. No, he's robbing now. They're trying to keep Thompson at half back.
Everett from behind. King got the tap. Hamill. Harley. Throw in.
It's unusual, isn't it? Andrew Thompson's had a pretty good game. He's had 14 possessions, but he's now flying across half back up along the centre at the moment on Kelly.
Now Ruckman gets a tap. Baker is grabbed, and we'll have a bounce. Now this is the big chance for Spider Everett here, or the third man up to try and get the ball into the hot spot. Milne lurking around the place.
A lot of space goal side. There's no one between the pack and the goals.
They all go running that way. Spider hits it. It was just blocked off. Picked up by Baker. Got the handball back to Spider. Back to Baker. Twisting and turning. He found some space and kicks the goal. Just what the doctor ordered. Goal to the Saints.
With a powerful V6 and over 50 models to choose from, Holden Rodeo, for all your dirty work.
The Saints staying within touch. 25 points down. They were 26 down at half-time. Goal apiece in this third quarter. Everett. Clark working hard, but the free kick will go Baker's way. The last goal He's got the free kick inside the centre square, but he'll drive them deep into attack. Needs to make something happen with this kick. High ball, Wolf under it. Ooh, strong hands, almost had it. Voss, ground level, locks it in. That'll do for St Kilda. See if they can conjure something up from this ball up inside their attacking 50.
Raleigh still doing a very good job on Stephen Milne. He's just kicked just the one goal to this stage and only had 4 kicks, so he's doing wonderfully well.
Everett winning out there. Voss, hands, Rewalt. Here's an opportunity for St Kilda. Rewalt couldn't quite get the depth or the carry in the ball. And just the minor score there to St Kilda.
I think he's playing like a 5th midfielder, Rocket. I mean, that's what I saw him in defence, but he's actually, you're right, he's lined up at half forward, but he just pushes up now and is taking Scarlett away from the defensive 50, which would be a positive. And his athleticism and run around the ground might cause him a few problems.
Yes, his work ethic is just fantastic for a centre-half forward and such a young player.
Inside 50s, 5-2 St Kilda's way this quarter. Still can't make a major dent on the scoreboard. The big kick from Graham, but it was a beautiful punch from Rewald. Here's Voss. Voss's kick to Milne over his head. No one behind except for Raleigh of Geelong. Raleigh thumps it out. It's a 2-on-1 situation out here, but beautifully done by Johnson, the first-year player. His kick was a beauty as well. Into Clark. Clark inside 50, and as quick as you like, it's at the other end, and Mooney will line up for goal 40 metres out directly in front.
Just a very good transfer of play, wasn't it? Johnson's poise and vision hitting Clark, and just space to work in, and a quick lead. One thing about Geelong forwards, they do lead hard and fast.
And the delivery was great, whereas at the other end, the delivery to Milne over his head. I mean, if you're going to make a mistake to Stephen Milne, make it short of him, so he can work a bit of magic.
Yeah, that's a good point.
24 points the difference. The Cats through Mooney. 25 points the difference. So let off there for the Saints against the run of play. The Cats could have really made them pay.
Cameron Mooney, 2 goals last week and has 2 this week. Ling. Corey almost through it, and his ability to get rid of it. Enright. Centering ball, Kingsley looking to get the front position. Did it nicely in the end. Chapman working the front and centre. The dish off. Corey has got an opportunity for a snap on goal, and that is fruitful. Got his first, Joel Corey.
That was very good work from young Chapman. Front and square.
That's exactly, Rocket. Yes, explain that to the people at home that want to know what front and square was.
Front and square or front and centre, where the ball's going to go to the pack situation, be right in front of the pack and square to the chest of the players going for the marking contest, where most of the balls do land because of the spoils from the defenders. Won the ball well, broke a tackle, then a great handball out to Joel Corey and a good finish.
So Geelong now leading by 31 points. Clearances have been 6-1 to St Kilda this quarter. They might get another one here through Thompson. No, they won't. Beautiful play by Chapman. Inside 50. Big play for the Cats here. Just get a sense they're about to break this game wide open. Johnson tried to get the handball working. Good play by Hayes. Did the don't argue. Then got the handball working to Hudson, who fell over with those moulded soles. I bet he's one of the blokes who hasn't got the screw-ins, boys. There's Ronnie Burns. He gets it out to Corey. Corey back to Chapman. Chapman thumps it long. Kingsley sets himself from behind. Up they go. Mooney takes a screamer.
They're just in danger. You're right. I think, Ed, you mentioned they might blow it away. They are getting a bit overwhelmed at the moment. And they might just fold under the relentless pressure here of pushing the ball forward. We've seen goals scored from, as Rod said, front and square crumbing, and now you've got players taking big marks over the back of packs.
Mooney for his third. He mongrels it, but it's a goal. He's put it right through the middle, and the margin now 57 points.
If you want to watch the footy on a huge 80cm LG TV with a surround sound DVD stereo system like this, call me now on 131166, and every time you order delivery, you're in with a chance to win one of 50.
Be quick.
Prices crash with Homart's $10 million stock sellout. Enamel cook sets are crazy $15. 12-piece cook sets with 2-year warranty, $79.99. Dining setting just $99. Captain's chairs now only $15. Sale on now.
So Cameron Mooney has kicked his third goal, and Geelong in this quarter have kicked 3 of the 4 goals to extend their lead to 37 points. Back in the middle, Eddie said that he got the feeling that they're ready to bust it open, and I think that is a correct call. St Kilda would have been feeling pretty good about themselves going into this game, having won 2 of their last 3 and going down to Port by a respectable 40-odd points last week. Mark being taken by Hudson on halfback. Hayes, they have to respond now. St Kilda, Rewalt, Scarlett, offhands Moyle, needs to find a target. Didn't. Milne over the back. Got to do it at ground level. Got driven in the back. Raleigh certainly got into the back of Stephen Milne.
First mistake that James Raleigh's made for the afternoon on Stevie Milne.
But that's the point you made, and I know the kick wasn't meant for Steve Milne, and it went over the top of someone, but it dropped in front of him, so it gives him a chance, also gives him a chance to milk a free kick.
And he can turn players inside out better than anyone in the competition, so that's where you're going to err. If you're going to make any mistake, err short rather than over his head.
43 goals, 7 for Stephen Milne in season 2002. He's got about 35 metres to travel. Kick on its way has missed. St Kilda have missed 2 or 3 very gettable opportunities in this third quarter, and have let the Cats off the hook again.
Graham kicking in again. King has been his target long down the middle. He's got Harley next to him for company, so they might look for 2-on-1 long.
Yeah, the Saints have missed probably 3 or 4 now from easy shots late in the second term and early in the third term. Would have made a huge difference. Scholl in the back pocket for Geelong. Kicks it out to Mitchell White, who takes the mark at half-back flank. Warm round of applause from the Geelong fans. Kicks to centre wing. Johnson gets to the front position. Is punched away. Over the line and out of bounds. He'll have a throw in. 14.5 minutes gone in the third term. As you can see, 10 3/4 minutes left.
Got to be a little bit disappointed with the crowd today, Ed, given the fact that Geelong are fighting for a position in the 8 and probably will play finals football, wouldn't you?
Yeah, plenty of Saints here. Would have liked to have seen a few more Cats at Colonial Stadium today. Johnson to White. One kicks it along the ground. Mooney, comes out. Leans up Baker. But Baker straight up onto his feet. Good stuff. Riccardi's in there. Will have a bounce 45 metres out. Mooney's actually a bit slow to get up.
And Baker going over and telling him. Actually, no, just a pat on the back. Showing a good hit. He's tough. He is tough, Baker. He got up well before Cameron Mooney. Cameron Mooney's a big tough boy.
Ball up. Attacking 50. Cats, King. Dangerous knockout. Looking for space. Thompson got on the end of it, luckily. All he could do is advance the ball forward. He was under pressure. Moyle got a nice hand there. Clark, recovery skills good. Dished off the handball. Corey at half-back. A bullet-like.
What about that for 6'11"?
Pass. Found King, who got down low. Scarlett, unable to control. Voss hard at it. Earned himself a free kick. He really wanted that. Brett Voss. Centre half-back. Baker. Hayes combining. Hayes able to run forward and deliver now to Rewalt wide. Accepts. Rewalt downfield looking for Hamill and Harley. Hamill keeps the ball in front. Wasn't able to control the ball and keep it in an attacking position. Will have a boundary throw in. St Kilda forward 50.
Now the Saints have put Thompson onto Joel Corey, who is playing extremely well in the midfield. I think he's got 18 possessions so far. Thompson's gone on the ball with him.
A little chink of light penetrating through the open area behind the goals there in the forward pocket.
Might have a hole on the roof, Ed.
I did have a look, Brian. Pickett gets the handball going. His Spider tries to crash through. Gone. Pickett another time. He's gone as well. Wrapped up. Good defensive play by the Cats. We'll have a ball up 15 metres out from the St Kilda goal.
Maybe Hulk Hogan got up higher than we thought.
We'll fix that. No natural light in here.
The ball up 15 metres out from the St Kilda goal. They desperately need one. Milne almost. Thompson has the snap. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Great goal by Andrew Thompson. He kicks his first.
Well, Rod, you've been on Andrew Thompson. Not on him. You've been pushing hard to get him on the ball for most of the afternoon. He has been their best player all season and was on the wing for a long time. He's actually trying to get onto Corey. Ling is trying to get onto him to try to just to break that tag, and there's a bit of bumping going on at the moment in the middle of the ground between the 3 or 4 of them. So it's a bit of a merry-go-round, but he is a ball magnet, Andrew Thompson, and I think they lost a bit playing at half-back.
Yes, and I think, too, that he wins a lot of stoppages. He wins at boundary throw-ins and ball-ups, and I think they just maybe lost that advantage.
16 possessions today for Andrew Thompson, and a goal to go with those possessions. Back in the middle, Everett Hayes. Clark got a foot there, advanced it. Strong attempt in the air. Chapman not successful. Mitchell White just making sure Begley wasn't able to extract the ball to his advantage. We'll have a ball up centre-half forward for Geelong. 30-point lead going Geelong's way at the moment. As we have a look at the disposal leaders on the ground, Joel Corey has had a successful day. Heath Black and Lenny Hayes leading the way for the Saints. Riccardi, Baker, Slade got the handball out. Foster advanced it forward for Geelong. Now it's up to Mooney, one-on-one with Garrick. He takes him on, gets onto the left boot. It was well done. The finish wasn't what he would have thought. Just the minor score. Cameron Mooney.
For a big man, he is very agile, and he can turn on a 5-cent piece. Very lazy kick, unfortunately. Certainly didn't finish off his good work.
3 goals, 2 to Cameron Mooney. 2 behinds this quarter. Straight back in, the ball will come from Johnson. Johnson's kick is a ripper. Almost amongst the Kingsley. Play on, said the umpire. Hudson affected the spoil. Baker's kick to centre wing. King takes the mark. He handballs on to Rowley. Rowley kicks it long. He is dealt with by Spider Everett. After the ball was kicked, umpires called play on. He said it was fair enough. Ozzie Jones. Good kick out wide. Moyle. Hayes. Voss. Now the Saints have got something on. Voss missed it altogether. Did I miss something there?
Yeah, that was Voss that missed the ball there. That was incredible.
All right, Kelly flicks it on. Saints fans are going nuts. They had the chance of a lifetime and it's gone. In the back, surely that should be a free kick to St Kilda. It is.
Well, that was amazing, Brett Voss. He was the winner in that 3-way with Ling and also Corey and Thompson. He's a free player, and they were away, the Saints, and he just missed it.
15-8, the free kicks in favour of St Kilda. Peckett did it well, trapped it, ran the body, looking for Rewald. He got away from Scarlett and took a strong mark. It's been a great battle, that one out there, Scarlett and Rewald. Rewald now, with his 8th mark, he kicks it in, looking for Spider Everett. Hamill was up at the front. Wolf squares it up to Thompson, looking to find some space. It was a ambitious handball at best. Spider tapped it to himself, and that was bad play by Spider Everett. Needed something a little bit more emphatic. Graham was able to kick it to half forward. Johnson just dribbled it and kept control of the ball. Now he's got it. He's under pressure. 1, 2, 3 tackles. He breaks. Gets the handball going to Clark. Clark's there, so too Ling. Little chip kick is just a 15. But Kingsley takes the mark and will line up from 45 metres out. Let's have a look what happened to Voss. Did he trip? Just got inside out on it.
A bit of coach coming out and rodding the eat up here, Ed. That last passage of play, a bit of jumping around, Rocket.
Well, I think Eddie caught it right. Just when you need a player to grab the ball, even to force a ball up, Spider Everett just tried to tap it and finesse. Yeah. Maybe he took his body off the line of the ball and
paying the price, Rodney, as he comes to the interchange bench.
Just as a senior player, just got to show the way.
Well, he had to put the body and take the hit instead of trying to finesse it, no question.
So the margin is 31 points in favour of Geelong. Kingsley makes that 32. They were dead-eye dicks. They were 11 goals won at half-time, and 21.5 minutes into the third term, they're 14-4. Let's go down to the dock, Pete.
Yeah, Rodney mentioned that lazy kick on goal, Cameron Mooney, just before, Ed, but he has had the doctor out to him twice, still feeling the effects of that knock from Stephen Baker, and has required some headache tablets.
On his leg. I'm not sure that we can give him the benefit of the doubt based on that dock, but nice try.
Give him an aspirant, tell him to kick through the ball.
Hayes, just get it and kick it with some urgency, please, Cameron. Scarlett.
The straight giving Cameron.
Into the middle of the round. Here he is, the young fella in his first dip. Will Slade kicks the ball. Johnson at the back. Mooney. Let's see if the urgency is there this time. Left foot kick, centering ball. It's high. Pack forms. They fly. Kingsley. Black went hard at it. Gehrig just burst his way through traffic and did it nicely in the end.
Voss Del Santo takes the mark at defensive 40. Aussie Jones, nice kick to Rewald, who keeps presenting himself, Rodney, doesn't he?
He does. He's fantastic, just as a centre-half forward, but especially as a kid, just to work up and keep coming to give his teammates an option.
And there he is. He lets himself down with a kick on that occasion.
He's a leading mark taker in the competition. I'll get confirmation of that, but you can see why.
Harley. And Geelong just turned the ball over through Wojcinski, and Maguire takes the mark at half-back flank. Matt Maguire thumps it long. It's going to come straight back, though. Up goes Graham. Got underneath the ball. Good play by Del Santo. Made the contest. Hamill did the don't argue. Out to Black. Black kicks it long, looking for Milne. That was a good kick from Black. Gave him every opportunity. Milne only has to stand up to kick the goal. He does. Over the shoulder, but he's off target. And through for a point.
Yes, Eddie did all the hard work, didn't he? It just it kept his feet. He's designed the ball.
Brilliant at keeping his feet, isn't he?
Yeah, and he zigs and zags, and unfortunately just put too much on the ball. Normally he kicks those.
He is Nick Rewalt. Number one mark taker in the competition is a bloke called Treadray that goes all right, who's sitting in second place. That gives you an idea of what sort of year he's had, and only in his first real full year of AFL footy. I think we've got a blood rule here.
And we have indeed, Gary. Ken Kingsley will come from the ground and Mitchell White will replace him.
I'll get a couple of those
headache tablets.
Yeah. Doc Larkins.
He will need the headache tablets because he got a hit in the head, Brian. So maybe Geelong can straighten him up. But yeah, just in that contest, there was a big pack mark before he came down, got up slowly, and just above the right ear, just a little split, so they'll wrap him up.
Well, he missed his last shot at goal too, so he needs that tablet.
Yeah, well, he probably got those straight kicking ones, Ed.
Graham. Now let him get on top of you, Doc. I'm with you.
Let the headache tablets to get it straight, is it?
Kick. Not good by Graham, has been marked by Jones, attacking 50. Now, Aussie Jones, capable of this distance or not, Gary Lyon?
He would be. They'd have to kick it right. I think he'll go for it.
Jones centering ball, beautiful to Lowe. And Stewie Lowe has marked for one of the few times for him today, that is for sure.
Well, Stuart Lowe's afternoon, he's had 9 touches. He's taken 3 marks. And, well, that's just where Stewie's career's at. There was a couple of times early in this game where he got his hands to it, Rocky. He would have gobbled them up a couple of years ago, but it's a bit of a tired old body at the moment.
To get it back to 25 points, which would be a gettable target for St Kilda at three-quarter time. Stuart Lowe, there's the confronting pitcher. Kick is good. It's positive. It needs distance. It's been marked on the line by Wolf. He turns around, snaps the goal. Now, will it be the Wolf goal or the Lowe goal? If it's Wolf, we'll have 2. I think at this stage we'll give it to Wolf and say, you've kicked 2, son.
Certainly the Wolf goal, I reckon. I don't think this one went through. Let's have a look.
No, he's
marked that inside. He played on quickly, and Raleigh reacted straight away as if he touched it.
He didn't need to play on.
Well, he did that one other time,
well,
wasn't he? And I think you remember that game.
I think Rod Butters remembers it too, boys. And we see him shake the head with a wry smile.
Well, they're back in it, the Sainers. 25 points. They've kicked the last 2 goals of the game. With just under 3 minutes to go. One more will make it very interesting in the final term. 9-9-63 to 14-4-88. So the margin is 25 points. Stewie Lowe into the ruck. Up he goes. Got the tap on the ball. Comes out the King, though. King clears up to the forward 50. Over the head of the pack. The race is on. Black has to go hard. He waited for the tackle. The handball came out to Chapman. He's been good today, Chapman. And the answering goal comes. He kicks his second.
Today's world needs more power. That's why today's world needs Duracell. With long-lasting alkaline power. More power means more flashes. More power means more to enjoy. Super-powered Super Duracell. The power that lasts and lasts and lasts.
St Kilda trail nearing three-quarter time by 31 points. They lead it convincingly in the hit-out department, 41 to 14. Out of the middle. Chapman at centre-half forward is marked. Too far out to score. Kick goes inboard, looking for Mooney over the back. Mitchell White, composure needed. Pressure was bearing down from his ex-West Coast Eagles teammate in the miss. Dr. Peter Larkins.
Yeah, Matty Scarlett on the boundary line having some massage work on some cramps in both calves, so they brought him off to try and get him loosened up. Ken Kingsley about to come back with the lovely headgear.
Well, Matthew Scarlett's covered more ground today, I reckon, than he has for the year. Predominantly played at full-back, but he's been on Nick Riewoldt for most of today, and I'll tell you what, he covers a fair bit of ground, Nick Riewoldt. Not surprised that Matty Scarlett has cramped up.
If Scarlett's off now, it's probably a great opportunity to put Everett on forward to actually test him.
Thompson in the back pocket. Up towards centre wing. Boss takes the mark this time. Inside 2 minutes left in the quarter.
That's why you're a good match day coach, Rodney Eade. That is a wonderful idea.
As opposed to any other day?
Well, that's what they all say.
Hamill comes out. Takes the mark. And Hamill marks strongly. Right on half forward. Last roll of the dice. Wolf has got away here. The kick's good. It'll hit him on the chest. It is. He takes the mark. And almost get a 50 there. He won't, but he'll line up for goal. And Wolf has kicked 2 goals.
He's been pretty dangerous up there, the Wolf man. He has. He's led well. He's been able to...
He's very quick, isn't he?
Put a bit of distance between himself and a defender. His kicking at times has been a little bit... Well, it's entertaining. Entertaining, right? It's a bit of a raffle.
He's kicked 2 goals, 1 for career total of 9 goals, 8. And season tally of 7 goals, 6. You be the goal umpire here. Might be the boundary umpire. Shocker.
He needs to play on, the Wolfman, to kick a goal. He's kicked 2 from play on. He's missed 2 from set shots.
Having a chat to himself there. As we draw close, just the 49 seconds remaining to three-quarter time.
They've really had the chances, Saints, from set shots today.
I think it's been 5 or 6 in this quarter. And no wonder Rock Butters is pulling his hair out up in the stand. Short ball into play. Enright able to play on. They need to maintain possession here, Geelong. Lean, there is time for them to convert. Riccardi linking play with Jinsky off half-back. He'll drive the ball long. He takes Stewart low on. Kick out wide.
You know what that was? That is total disrespect to me, young Wojcinski trying to run past him.
And Lowe went up to him and just patted him on the head.
Good.
And Lowe just given him a little one.
Not anymore.
Behind play, and he's given him the stone-cold Steve Austin throat grab.
They haven't taken off him, have they?
In the meantime, the umpires just waiting. A 50-metre penalty will apply here.
What's going on?
Against Lowe for the behind the play.
That is just nonsense.
There's an M 50.
Now, umpire Ray Kelsey is the man there, and look, Ray,
he loves the stage, Brian.
Hasn't been a good day for him, Rodney.
I reckon Stewie last thing. This is why I'm going to give it up at the end of the year.
And that is, well, it's just disgraceful to have a game cut to pieces by Golder Johnson there. He's kicked 4 today.
Ray's had a big say today.
Michael Roberts, ground level, what did you think?
Yeah, right in front of us here, and David Wazinski just stood up and had a bit of a go at Stewart Lowe. Stewart retaliated, got caught, gave away the 50. So you've got to control yourself, but gee, it wasn't 50 there, that's for sure.
That is just a one-on-one duel behind the play, and they're both in it. And they've both got a piece of each other. Now you can award that one way.
Gave him a bit of lip, and the old fellas at 8. Settle down.
Yeah, 1 for 1 they should have done. Maybe shouldn't have thrown the second one, but it was very harsh.
It's a lack of understanding.
It is. I think you're right on this occasion, Brian.
Thank you.
Stewie Lowe gets the tap. He's fired up, Stewie. He comes out to Thompson. His kick is smothered. Last 10 seconds, Riccardi tries to go the big torpedo. Up inside 50 it goes. Here's a chance. Mooney comes out. Good play by Hudson. A bit of panic though. Garrick will concede the behind. And that is the score at three-quarter time. 16-6, 102 to St Kilda's 9-10-64. That last goal vital in the context of the game. Margin is 38 points. We'll be back with the final quarter right after this.
A shopping hours shake-up for the city and suburbs. Passengers tell of scary landings as high winds lash Adelaide Airport and dozens killed as floods ravage Europe.
ADHD and out of control.
Emma and Kyle are not naughty, they just can't help what they're doing.
Now the drug-free breakthrough giving desperate families real hope.
Their behaviour will change and they can go off the drugs.
Plus,
I always get a bargain.
the Big Bargain Challenge.
I love getting a bargain.
Everyday shoppers on a mission to show how much you can save.
I don't pay full price for anything.
Nissan presents A Current Affair.
Buzzy! Quick, take a photo!
I think I prefer the original, mate. Join the club.
KFC's original club fillet burger. 11 herbs and spices, bacon, cheese and tomato.
Nothing beats the original.
Don't race around for the lowest home improvement prices. Head to Bunnings Warehouse for the lowest prices every day. 350-gram Selly's RP7, the low $2.95. Motion sensor light, $15.95. Mitre saw, a bargain at $19.98. 1.8-metre step ladder, just $39. Silicon sealants, $4 each. And plastic buckets, 85 cents. We won't be beaten on price. And that's guaranteed.
Bunnings Warehouse!
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
It's Truscott Hi-Fi's 43rd birthday. And to celebrate, Dave's picked out some great bargains. LG 6-head VCRs, 50 off. Sony 68cm stereo TVs with cabinet and DVD player, $500 off. Conker 51cm TVs, 50 off. And Philips home theatre DVD packages, $200 off. Truscott Hi-Fi, Adelaide's lowest prices with up to 24 months interest-free terms.
Early Settlers' huge range of recycled timber furniture has the features, the style and the built-in value you're looking for. Beautiful furniture that takes the knocks of everyday living at surprising prices. Early Settler, when you care for wood, it shows.
You say this guy's in love with you. Yes, I'm in love.
Caprice Series 2. Only the best.
The way I do.
Coming September 2 on 9.
What company is this? Easy company!
Experience an unparalleled television event, unlike anything you've ever seen.
These men have been through the toughest training the Army has to offer. Hooray!
From Academy Award winners Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg comes an epic saga of conflict, courage, and sacrifice.
I lost a man today. Not even old enough to buy a beer.
And a fight against tyranny that will live forever.
I'm ready to face that. And every one of us had better be too.
The award-winning story based on actual events.
Just weapons and ammo. Let's go. Get out of there.
Civilized place for civilized men.
Band of Brothers premieres September 2 on 9.
This AFL coverage proudly brought to you by Carlton Draft, Amy and Primus Telecom.
Well, who'd want to be an AFL coach? Who'd want to be an AFL president? Three-quarter time here at Colonial Stadium, and, well, the Cats have opened up a nice little lead coming into the last quarter. 16-6, 102, the Saints. 9-10, 64. A couple of late goals to the Cats after St Kilda threatened. And they have managed to be in a pretty good position. Another game being played across the other side of the country. It is West Coast versus Melbourne. Progressive score during the third quarter. The Demons, 9-9, 63. That's a nice lead, too, over the West Coast Eagles. 7-6, 48. Lynch has 4 of those goals. Nathan Brown, 25 possessions well into the third quarter. Rodney,
I think there's a bit of bias there, Gary, isn't it? A bit of joy coming through.
Oh, sorry for smiling. Let's go down to Michael Roberts' boundary side.
Yes, Gary, the ground was the major discussion before we came into this game. I think it's held up pretty well. There's been a couple of irregular bounces. And that boot issue, I've just gone out there again, had a look at the St Kilda players. They've got the little black mouldeds on half the side, and
Why haven't they been down to Moorabbin, Robbo, to pick up the screw-ins? They could have had them back by now.
Exactly. They probably sent a minibus down there, but can't get in, so half of them are wearing those little black mouldeds.
Doc Larkin's in for us.
Oh, Matty Scarlett's still getting a lot of work done on the hamstring and upper buttock area over three-quarter time break, so he's obviously done a bit of running, as you say, and Ken Kingsley should be back out there wearing the turban, Gary.
All right, well, Gary, Rodney, can I just ask you, supporters will be going nuts hearing that. Does the coach actually go to the players, or did you go to the players and say, today is screw in, I don't care if you've got a blister or not?
Yes, that happened every now and then, but with some players say, well, I can't wear mouldeds, I can't do this, and you'd say, well, that if I see you slip over, I'm going to take you off until you actually put your screw-ins on. So, but the point is what Brian made before, it's the only tool in trade that footballers got. Cricketers have got bats and pads, and they look after them like they're their own jewels. Boots are it. You know, your feet are so important. Not only you stand up for comfort, so you don't get sore, don't get blisters, etc.
You've only
got to be guarded with your life.
Yeah, your boots and your mouth guards, the only thing you have to worry about. Everything else is provided. Here we go, though. So can the Saints come back? Geelong, of course, playing to consolidate themselves in the top 8. And we'll have a secondary bounce.
Well, we have seen some exciting last quarters here when we just thought a game was about gone, dead and buried. So let's hope that's the case here for St Kilda.
Win for Geelong will put them within one game of 4th position. Kick to the forward 50. Young Cats combined. Slade with his first kick in football, I think. Gets it around the body. His second kick in football. Gehrig, Maguire, Lawrence. Good bounce, gets it outside 50. Kelly fell over. Thompson for St Kilda. Back inside to Hayes. It was ambitious. Good play again there by Enright. This is Thompson. Grab, thrown. Umpire lets it go over bounce.
So one win within 4th place. That means they'd sit 5th, Eddie, if they won today, I think, Geelong.
And depending on what happens with the West Coast Eagles, but Geelong would go one game and percentage behind Collingwood.
They haven't won for nearly 3 weeks, Geelong, after they put 7 games in a row together to win. They have lost against Adelaide and the Kangaroos over the last 2, and here they are looking for a win against St Kilda to reignite the end of the season as they go into the finals. Some more work being done down there on Matty Scarlett. Stewie Lowe on the bike, ready to go when the coach calls. Cripps. Handball's off. Thompson, they set the triangle up. Black now runs away with pace. Couple of bounces he takes. Moves down. Centre wing. Rewalt in the air. Couldn't mark. Harley off hands. Jones nicely gathered it at the front centre position. Milne stopped when he probably should have gone. You heard the moan from Gary in the background. I think that's what it was about, as Harley gets the ball wide.
Second guess, Brian. He was trying to predict the bounce there. Harley took the risk and paid off beautifully.
Chapman takes the mark. He's been very good today, Chapman. He's kicked a couple of goals. He's 18th possession. With a stop-start. Little chip kick forward. Kingsley with his head all bandaged up on centre wing. Kicks it long, looking for Mooney and Gehrig. Gehrig's strength wins out. He taps it down. Cripps in trouble. Got the handball out to Lawrence. Lawrence decides to go long. He had 2 players short and 1 long. He went for a long one, which was Voss. Hudson couldn't control the ball. It spills out to Johnson, whose kick was smothered by Maguire. Over the line and out of bounds for a throw-in. Dr. Peter Larkins.
Yeah, and Matty Scarlett left the three-quarter time huddle and started to run to full-back. Only got about 20 metres into the run before he cramped up again in the upper hamstring, and so changed direction and headed for the bench for more work.
And just grabbing it there on the boundary line as Pete speaking, so that's not good news for Geelong. Scarlett, one of their key defenders, has been excellent today as well. Everett gets the tap to the boundary line. Boys, have you seen Scarlett's game?
Well, the thing about this is that opposition clubs now say he's played on a player who's ran and ran and ran, and he's cramped up really badly. I think he could possibly expect more of the same for the next 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, for sure, Gary. And an interesting thing, Gary, what would you do if you were Geelong if Spider went up forward and Stuart Lowe went into the ruck?
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to stretch them, and they should ask the question, the Saints.
Chapman, Scholl. Eventually got boot the ball, advanced it high. Voss under it, in right there as well. Voss did well to stand his ground. Put the mark in. Might get a word from Doc Larkins in a moment. I know he's mentioned it is a cramp, just to rule out any possible strain there for Scarlett as Voss. Kicks to Hamill. Punched away Foster. Jones wasn't quite sure which way he was going. Peckett and Half, don't argue there. Got it. Bit of a box on here as Riccardi and Hamill go at it. And off the ball there. Play on. Jones. Everett. It'll be the standing sideways start. Short ball didn't travel the required journey. Hamill goes wide. Now Peckett needs a friendly bounce, and that'll set him on his way to goal. He runs to 55, drilling pass. Finds Nick Rewald. Michael Roberts.
Just keep an eye on Aaron Hamill and Ben Graham now at centre-half forward. The umpire's in the middle. Now, Ben Graham went down holding his leg. He got caught behind the play incident, and this is the follow-on from that.
Hey, Ray, look at there, Ray.
Now, absolutely no need for an umpire to be involved in that situation as Rewald comes in for goal. Kick on its way is there. So St Kilda, some chance.
Rewald's kicked 2 goals.
With a powerful V6 and over 50 models to choose from, Holden Rodeo, for all your dirty work.
Welcome back as Graham and Hamill continue their private war. Nick Rewald, 10 marks now, #1 in the AFL. Fantastic effort for the favourite for the National Australia Bank Rising Star Award. We'll have another bounce in the middle of the ground.
I'll start the engraving on the National Rising Star Award right now. He has been an absolute champion here. He would be an All-Australian contention, no doubt about that.
32 points the difference. Saints have got the first goal of the quarter. Kick out by Slade. Maguire takes the mark. Goes wide. It's Wolf out on the run. Out against Foster. Wolf does well. Baker does very well. Baker kicks inside 50. Here comes Rewald again. She's got pushed underneath the ball. Play on, says the umpire. Scholl looking for the boundary line and finding it. It'll be a throw-in at half-forward flank for the Saints. We've played 6 minutes in the final term. St Kilda 10-10-70, trailing Geelong 16-6, 102 by 32 points.
Good spoil there by Tom Harley. You can see him getting a piece of the arm of Rewalt, which is quite legal. Boundary umpire looping it back in. Kelly, quick action by foot. Got it out of the hot zone. Riccardi attacks it, won it. Cripps tried to run him down, got a piece of him. Just enough to put him off the kick. It was good play. Indirect pressure there. Ball out wide. Hayes marks half back. 32 points the margin in favour of Geelong. And there's the clock ticking down.
Well, they need some excitement. They can't just go down by 25 points and be happy with that. I mean, they've got to try and win the game, and that means taking a couple of risks, transferring players they do here, try and get it on through the middle of the ground now. Go down trying.
And Lowe and Everett have gone to the forward line.
Rewalt will perhaps provide an opportunity. Looking for that for strong arms.
Yeah, we've got Lowy on show. If they can get it to Stuart Lowe.
Peckett to Lowe. Marks.
Well, Rodney Eade is a very good match day coach, Brian Taylor tells me.
He's not bad run at a Friday either.
He's called for a taller forward line to stretch this Geelong defence. And I tell you what, Lowe on Shoal is a good mismatch.
That's a great mark by Nick Lyon there as well.
Stewie Lowe.
I'll be proud to have him.
Oh, he's a terrific player, isn't he? That was a great catch.
His 319th game. Lines up for his second goal. He got one in the first quarter. He's 30 metres out, 45 angle, and just...
I think he needs those headache tablets of Doc Larkin.
Those goal-kicking tablets he needs.
What do you think, Doc?
Yeah, look, the coaching staff are asking the question to the medical staff about Scarlett, but there's definitely, he's tightened up in that right hamstring quite considerably, so they're obviously concerned about him doing more damage to getting back out there today, Brian.
Yep.
So you'd think they wouldn't risk him, but obviously Bomber Thompson keen to know the outcome.
I think 31 points might be enough. It's still early days.
Well, we remember last week, Melbourne, they caught fire in a 15-minute period. Whether St Kilda are capable of that or not.
Well, as we can see, just 13.5 minutes left. Spiders had a dirty day. Rewald's kick is up in the air for a while.
Spider can't get a mark in the German bank, Eddie.
Black goes out wide. Here's Voss. Voss inside 50. Oh, Baker with...
can let it expand, and we can see the blood going through it in the middle there. This is a catheter, it's the length of the vein.